Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in just a few moments. First, if the AHO team can please elevate the court reporter. Thank you. And I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record? I didn't hear you. Was that a yes? Your microphone might not be working. I still can't hear you. You could give me can you give me an emoji? A thumbs up or a thumbs down? Is that a possibility? Does Zoom do that? I think we probably turned off emojis. You can raise your hand if you're ready for us to go on the record. How about that? Your Zoom hand. We'll take that as a no then. Maybe technical difficulties.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I apologize. I was spending all that time that I could have raised a hand to just make sure that you could hear me. But yes, I'm ready to go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Um, I'll go ahead. Before I jump in, I did want to note that, and apologize for us being a few minutes late here, that you may have noticed that the invitations from Zoom did not resend an hour in advance, which is normally the practice. We think it's because we actually just reused the Zoom appointment from Friday and rescheduled it for today. And I think somehow that didn't prompt a 1 hour notice link. So if any of you are listening on YouTube and trying to get into the Zoom webinar but don't have the link, please look back in your email to Friday. And if you still can't find it, send us an email at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov, and we will make sure to resend the link to you. So I apologize for that. Going forward, now we know how that works, and we'll try to make sure we always get that. I like having the 1 hour notice in my email inbox. It makes it easy. With that, I'll go ahead and formally get started. Good morning. It's May 5th, 2025. I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water rate permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. The hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar. As I mentioned, if you are having trouble logging into the Zoom webinar, please send us an email and let us know, and we can resend you a personalized link. This hearing is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and the video are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding, and the YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We will take breaks today, as is our usual practice, and we will have a hard stop at 5 p.m. I will call for appearances as we have done in the past. Just when you're ready to speak, we will the hearing team will elevate you to panelist, and you will have a chance to introduce yourself and then go ahead and say what you have to say. Where we left off last week on Thursday, we held what I'd call a procedural hearing day with respect to the alleged conflict issue, which I'm sure all of you well remember because we've talked at length about it. And then the AHO issued a ruling on Friday. I didn't quite make the morning. I think technically it was afternoon, early afternoon, addressing the conflict issue and setting a deadline for DWR to file a motion if they sought to file a motion. And I believe based on our records, we have not received anything in writing. I think the first order of business will be to look to Ms. Carroll to see if there are any updates on that point. Otherwise, I will see if there are any other procedural issues that we need to deal with before we get started, although I am quite anxious, as I'm sure all of you are, to talk about modeling again, which is what we're here for. And then hopefully we can proceed as planned. And I see you have been elevated, and good morning to you, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carroll appearing for the Department of Water Resources. Since we've not received any filings by any of the protestants either, we are not filing our motion.
Excellent. Thank you. And I believe with that, are you prepared to bring up the panel to, when it's time, the panel to witnesses?
We are. They are prepared to proceed with cross.
Great. Thank you. And I will look to our attendees. I think we need to elevate, if we can please elevate Ms. Morris. I think that's our usual practice. We'll go through. I have to remember how it's been a while. It's been a week and a half since we've done this. If we can please elevate Ms. Morris, and Ms. Morris, you're welcome once you're there to come on screen and introduce yourself.
Stephanie Morris for the Department of Water Resources.
Good morning. And then I believe we usually have Mr. Krieger. If we can please elevate Mr. Krieger.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Good morning. And if we can look to, we might as well elevate the witnesses. I see Mr. Singh. We can please elevate Mr. Singh, Dr. Hatch, Mr. Fitzhugh, and Dr. Preece. And I will also at the same time look to the room. Are there others who would like to be granted let me ask this first. Are there other procedural issues we should address before we move to cross-examination? My understanding is that we'd start with Ms. Tabor, and then we would proceed with either Mr. Moore or Ms. Desjardins, whoever. It doesn't matter to me in which order you would prefer. But are there any other procedural issues or issues about ordering that we should address first? Ms. Desjardins, if we can please elevate Ms. Desjardins. Good morning. Ms. Desjardins, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute, and there you are. Good morning. And you're still on mute.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I just wanted to note, Ms. Safdie did send a request for fully anonymous participation in the public policy part. I do appreciate the concerns expressed. I did personally have a concern that fully anonymous participation in the webinar would invite further Zoom bombing. So I think it's something to be carefully thought through. And I don't know if DTEC has somebody here.
I believe Ms. Safdie has her hand up, so I will intend to hear from Ms. Safdie shortly. Is there anything else, Ms. Desjardins? Thank you.
That was all.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Safdie, if we can please elevate Ms. Safdie. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. So I did send a communication this morning highlighting some concerns that my clients have with participation in the May 19th hearing. As Ms. Desjardins said, we share the concerns about security and particularly the experience from the March 24th Zoom bombing, and share the interest in making sure that this is a secure platform and that there are no further public disruptions in the public process. In conjunction with that, we do want to elevate that there's another set of concerns that need to be taken into account in providing for secure public participation in the May 19th policy statement portion of the hearing, and that's specifically related to concerns around immigration enforcement and reprisals that have been very publicly broadcast with respect to persons' participation in public processes. So I included some information for the hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office on the specifics of the concern. Those relate in part to a recent internal guidance memorandum that was recently made public by Cal EPA advising that there are limitations on what the state believes that it is able to do with respect to ensuring that the public processes are safe and protected from immigration enforcement activities. And this is, of course, a particular concern for my clients and the communities on behalf of whom they work, many of whom are immigrants or who come from immigrant communities, and they want to make sure that they're able to participate in these processes without fear of such reprisals. And so we've offered some recommendations for what we believe would be appropriate means to go forward, and that includes making sure that there is an avenue for fully anonymous participation, both in person and by Zoom. Our concerns with the Zoom component of participation were that the instructions that were provided last week on April 25th require participants to register themselves in advance, including providing their full name and their email address to register to give Zoom statements. And we think that may conflict with government code requirements that instruct agencies that they're not allowed to collect personally identifying information as a condition to participation in public processes. But they would also, we think, really chill, and we've heard this as well, that chills participation by members of the public, that they're concerned that they don't want to provide personally identifying information to participate. So we would, I think, ask a few things. One is that the hearing officer look for a manner to allow for secure public participation that doesn't require provision of personally identifying information or naming someone as a means for them to participate by Zoom. And the other is that for persons who really hold these concerns and do want to participate publicly, that the hearing office allow for alternative means for them to speak in this forum. And that can include submission of written policy statements in a fully anonymous form, and also allowing protestants or other members of the public to read statements on other persons' behalf so that their voices can be included without their being identified in the proceedings.
Thank you, Ms. Safdie. And I did receive your email. It was forwarded to me. I mean, it came to our inbox, but I reviewed it, but have not had a chance to review it in detail. And I certainly, I think, and you mentioned this, I was going to say an additional feature here, of course, is Bagley-Keene. Because this is a noticed meeting of the board, Bagley-Keene also would apply to the public policy statement day. And it is my understanding that Bagley-Keene does guarantee certain protections around anonymous participation, as you indicated. So I think that you should expect there will be some updates. Of course, the team really has to think this through as to how to do this in an appropriate way that is secure, and there are certain limitations with respect to the technology in terms of getting a link and having an email communication. But I think one way to phrase it, and we'll figure out how to articulate this, is we will ask for a name. I need something to identify a person, but it doesn't have to be I think we can provide clarity that a legal name is not required. Some identifying feature, I don't know how to articulate that, but I have to, but that's the sense, is so that we can have an orderly process and some way to identify those who wish to participate, but that doesn't have to be a personally, a legally personally identifying feature. So that's something I think we'll have to think through. But I appreciate your comments in this regard, and we will update.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate the complexities that are involved in holding all of these values at the same time. And I think that ensuring that there's no public identification of persons, but also when they register, that they're not being required to provide their personal identifying information in order to register, because there are concerns about how that data would be used. I think both of those features would help to allay the concerns. But yeah, again, just wanted to express our appreciation for the hearing office's careful consideration of holding all of these values in the same space to make sure that everyone is able to participate and have their voices heard.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Safdie, particularly for the helpful, I think, constructive options as well about allowing others to make statements on behalf of certain persons. I think that can be, that may be, that I'll have to think it through, but I think it would probably be appropriate, and that would be one one mechanism here. And certainly, I think you had mentioned allowing parties to speak not on camera. That makes sense to me too, as an accommodation in that regard. So
Okay.
I will read your email more carefully, and we'll think it through and provide additional guidance on those points.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. If we can please elevate Mr. Moore. Good morning, Mr. Moore. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Roger Moore on behalf of California Water Impact Network, and my apologies, my video is a little finicky this morning, but I hope to get that fixed and be visible shortly. I hope at least I can be heard. Very briefly, in your comments, you had wondered about the order of cross-examination today, and I just wanted to mention my understanding is that Ms. Tabor and Ms. Desjardins will be going, and then I will be going after that.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Based on what has already preceded me, I expect I can be pretty efficient in the use of my time. I'll do my best to do that.
Thank you. With that, are there any other matters we should address, or anyone else who would like to be granted audio rights, if you will, privileges at this time? And we can also do that going forward. And then I think next would be to, if we can please elevate Ms. Tabor. Good morning, and you're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Are we ready to begin?
I think I will just, I will hand things over in a moment. I will just remind the witnesses that I did administer the oath, and you have taken the oath to provide true testimony today, as well as in the past and going forward. So we won't go through that exercise again. And then with that, I'm very happy to turn things over to you, Ms. Tabor. Thank you.
Happy to be here, Officer Kinsey. Good morning, panel. My name is Kelly Tabor. I'm here on behalf of the County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District. Thank you for being here today to answer my questions. Let's begin this morning with Dr. Preece. And Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up Dr. Preece's testimony, Exhibit DWR 400, please. Great, thank you. Dr. Preece, good morning.
Good morning.
Your testimony, DWR 400, is undated. What date did you complete this testimony?
I don't recall exactly, maybe January.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Preece, do you have any experience advising municipal water suppliers on the treatment of water for municipal use in the Delta?
I don't have direct experience, but in a previous position, I did work with people that provided some support.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any experience advising dischargers on their compliance with wastewater discharge requirements in the Delta?
I would say the same answer that my previous role, people that I worked with did that, so I'm familiar.
Okay,
with it.
Thank you. In preparing your testimony, did you consult with any representative of the City of Stockton?
I did not.
Okay. Did you read Stockton's protest?
I at least read parts of it, but
okay.
A while ago. I'm not familiar with anything specific.
Okay. And would the answer be the same for Byron Bethany Irrigation District? did you consult with anyone from BBID?
No, I didn't.
And did you read BBID's protest?
I would have at least read I should say for both protests, I would have read maybe not the entire protest, but the pieces that were about water quality.
Okay. Same answer would be the same for Sacramento Area Sewer District?
Yes, and this doesn't mean that my colleagues or others that I worked with didn't collaborate with those.
Sure.
They may have. I just personally did not.
Sure. Yeah, well, we're talking about your testimony, so thank you. That's helpful. And I want to confirm a few things that because it's been a few weeks and I wasn't able to listen to everyone's cross-examination came before me. But you are aware that on February 14th, 2025, DWR received its incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
I knew they received it, yes.
Yes. And you're generally aware that the ITP contains operational measures that DWR is required to implement as part of the DCP, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also aware that DWR updated its operations plan for the DCP based on the ITP, correct?
I'm not familiar with the operations plan.
Okay. And in your testimony and the supporting exhibits, DWR 403 and 405, when you discuss existing conditions, how are existing conditions defined in those contexts?
That is referring to 2020, which was the existing conditions used in the environmental impact report.
Okay. And so are any of the opinions in your written testimony or the supporting exhibits, DWR 403 or 405, based on modeling results that include the updated baseline hydrology that was used for the DCP ITP?
My exhibits do not include that. Mr. Singh's exhibits include the updated ITP.
Okay. Thank you. So are any of the opinions in your written testimony based on modeling results that reflect the operational criteria in the DCP ITP?
No.
Okay. Dr. Singh presents information for the updated baseline and the ITP DCP scenarios. Did you coordinate with him on that?
He showed me the plots and we generally discussed the results. So I did look at them and provide some minor feedback.
Okay. So Dr. Singh concludes that the difference or the increment between the ITP, DCP, and the updated baseline runs is similar to the increment between the DCP and the existing condition model runs. And on that basis, there's no difference in impact. Do you agree with that?
Based on my review of the plots, that is the same conclusion that I would come to.
So just confirming, did you review modeling data to evaluate the incremental differences?
I looked at the plots that are in Mr. Singh's testimony.
Okay. And your review was limited to the plots in his testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, yes, I guess that's true. I was for the ITP related.
Okay. So the new ITP model runs simulate a 100-year period between 1922 and 2021, while the runs that form the basis for your written testimony simulate a 94-year period, 1923 to 2015. Is it possible that a 7-year change in the modeling period would change your opinions or your conclusions about the impacts of the DCP under the ITP?
Well, we did look at that in Mr. Singh's testimony, and he can elaborate on it as it's in his testimony. But as you stated previously, we did not see any real substantial changes in the incremental differences under either scenario.
That's helpful. Dr. Singh, or sorry, Dr. Preece, your testimony does not include an evaluation of bromide concentrations, correct?
Bromide concentrations were assessed in the environmental impact report.
Right, but not in your written testimony, correct?
No, my written testimony is limited to chloride and electrical conductivity as far as salinity constituents.
Okay. Have you evaluated bromide levels under the existing conditions and the DCP model runs?
Did you say model? I didn't hear what the last.
Under the existing conditions and the DCP modeling runs, have you evaluated bromide levels and how they would change under that set of modeling runs?
I am generally familiar with it, but I did not include that in my testimony, but I'm generally familiar that there were no substantial changes in bromide under the Delta Conveyance project relative to existing conditions.
But you didn't personally do any review related to bromide?
For this hearing, I did not include anything.
And same for the updated baseline and ITP DCP model runs?
Well, just what I previously stated, that I did review Mr. Singh's figures, and we had some.
But Mr. Singh doesn't have any figures related to bromide, does he?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. And do you agree, Dr. Preece, that bromide is a precursor to disinfection byproducts?
Yes.
And do you agree that disinfection byproducts are a constituent of concern for drinking water suppliers?
Yes, in the EIR, we concluded that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just I want your opinion.
Okay.
Sure. I just and you when you referenced the EIR's conclusions about the DCP's potential to impact disinfection byproduct levels, was that your analysis that was in the EIR? Did you conduct that analysis?
I am familiar with the analysis. I did not lead that analysis.
Okay. And your testimony does not include an evaluation of methyl mercury, correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware that the environmental impact report for the DCP concluded there was a potentially significant impact related to methyl mercury?
I'm aware that there was a mitigation measure for that.
Do you think that, based on your experience, that DCP effects on methyl mercury are relevant to the question of whether the project will adversely affect beneficial uses?
Well, we did do a full assessment of it in the environmental impact report, and then introduced the mitigation measure to bring it to less than significant. So it was considered.
Okay, but not addressed in your testimony about impacts to legal users of water.
It's not in my current testimony. It's limited to electrical conductivity, chloride, and HABs.
Okay, well, let's switch then to electrical conductivity and chloride. So I don't think we need to bring this exhibit up for this purpose, but you tell me if I'm wrong. Exhibit DWR 403E, which is the report on the effects of Delta Conveyance project operations on Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta chloride, at page 78 has a list of references, and one of those references is the DCP EIR. So Dr. Preece, is the scope of your written testimony DWR 400 and your opinion in DWR 403E limited to effects under the DWR DCP operations as they are described in the DCP EIR?
Yes, that's correct.
And did the DCP EIR evaluate a scenario in which the DCP is operated using only the North Delta intakes with no pumping in the South Delta?
There were several different alternatives that were considered in the environmental impact report.
But to
I
your
don't
knowledge,
remember specific. I've been focused on the Delta Conveyance project, so not recalling at the moment specific
okay. So you don't recall
operational
it.
criteria.
Okay. You don't remember any evaluation. Are you familiar with any evaluation that DWR may have done that evaluated water quality effects when the DCP is operating using only the North Delta intakes?
If so, I don't recall.
Okay. You weren't part of any discussion regarding that?
No.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, if you could please scroll to the bottom of DWR 400 PDF page 7. And I think that, yes, okay, so I think that we're good here. Dr. Preece, your testimony states that electric conductivity, or I'll just say EC because it's easier for me, on a long-term average basis would be higher with the DCP in the Sacramento River at Rio Vista and in the San Joaquin River at Jersey Point, Prisoners Point, and San Andreas Landing from July to January relative to existing conditions, correct?
Are you on line 11 or where are you reading?
I'm summarizing, but we can, paragraphs, if you scroll up a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen, to let's start at paragraph 15. The conclusions of paragraph 15 and 16 together. And with reference to the paragraph 16, the modeled differences in EC at Rio Vista, San Joaquin River, Prisoners Point, San Andreas Landing were similarly higher in the same months?
Yeah, there were some small incremental differences.
Okay.
During outside of the D1641 compliance period.
Sure. Thank you. What percentage increase in EC did the modeling predict in the Sacramento River at Rio Vista?
Oh, we'd have to scroll. We'd have to open up the technical report that shows the percent differences for each location.
Okay, so those, that I can find that information in the technical report? Yes,
each location, that information is provided. I just don't remember the number off the top of my head.
Okay. We will come back to that because I've looked and I haven't seen it, but let's put a marker on that. So Dr. Preece, are you familiar with the State Water Board's 303D list of impaired and threatened waters?
I'm generally familiar. I haven't looked at it in a long time, or
okay.
a while, I should say.
Do you know what qualifies a water body to be listed on the 303D list?
Generally,
okay.
Yeah, I'm generally familiar with the concept.
Do you know whether any waters in the Delta are currently on the 303D list for failing to meet EC standards?
I'm not familiar with the latest 303D list.
Okay.
Exact locations or what exactly is listed. I haven't worked with that for a while, as I said.
Sure. Okay. If a water body is already impaired due to its EC levels and on the 303D list, wouldn't you agree that an increase in the baseline EC conditions makes the existing increase from the baseline condition makes the impaired condition worse?
So the State Water Board is tasked with identifying, compliance or regulations for electrical conductivity, and my assessment considered those how it's defined in D1641, including the locations that the State Water Board included in the D1641. And so that is what I based my assessment on, and did compare the compliance under both the with the Delta Conveyance project compared to existing conditions at each of those compliance locations.
So you didn't consider the effect on impairment and the impaired condition for water bodies that were listed on the 303D list in forming your opinion about the adverse effects of the DCP, correct?
I relied on D1641 for my assessment.
Would you agree, Dr. Preece, that, well, first of all, let's take a step back. Are you familiar with the requirement that a total maximum daily load be developed for every water body that's placed on the 303D list for a specific pollutant?
I'm, once again, generally familiar with that.
Okay. And would you agree that I'll refer to them as TMDLs, may lead to more restrictive National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit limits for publicly owned treatment works?
Yes.
Okay. So wouldn't a project that exacerbates an existing impaired condition make it more likely that increased permit requirements are imposed on publicly owned treatment works?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, I understand that Dr. Preece has experience working with discharge requirements and publicly owned treatment works and water quality. So,
and I'll allow Dr. Preece to answer based on your expertise.
Yeah, I mean, just my assessment. The board, as I said previously, sets the beneficial uses, and so my assessment relies on those.
Right. So yeah, and I'm not talking about the board's actions, Dr. Preece. I guess I'll just repeat my question, give you one, since we were interrupted there, and give you a chance to reconsider your answer. And the question was, wouldn't a project that exacerbates an existing impaired condition make it more likely, in your experience, that increased permit requirements are imposed on publicly owned treatment works?
Yeah, I just don't think I have enough information to provide. It'd be speculating to provide an answer.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So let's move on to chloride. And some of my questions will refer to a chloride concentration level of 110 milligrams per liter. And to avoid any confusion, this is because the City of Stockton's drinking water treatment plant that treats water diverted at its intake at Empire Tract has an operating limitation such that Stockton does not divert water from its drinking water intake when chloride levels exceed 110 milligrams per liter. Are you familiar with this operating limitation, Dr. Preece?
I've heard of it before, but I'm more familiar with the secondary MCL that would apply of 250 milligrams per liter that applies to that area. Okay.
Well, I wanted to check because you mentioned you'd read Stockton's protest, and that is discussed in their protest, but so we'll move on. Ms. Mullen, if you could please scroll to the bottom half of this exhibit on PDF page 10. Methods, that's good, thank you. Dr. Preece, this portion of your testimony describes the methods employed to calculate the quantitative changes in delta chloride associated with DCP operations. Is this testimony based on modeling?
Are the results based on modeling for this section?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the DCP EIR modeling, correct?
That's correct.
And did you yourself calculate the quantitative changes in delta chloride that are associated with the DCP operations?
I worked with a team that performed the calculations.
Okay, and who was on that team?
I worked with the modelers, and I also worked with staff from Robertson Bryan Incorporated.
Okay, and the modelers, is that Mr. Singh and Mr. Fitzhugh?
With Mr. Singh primarily.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Mullen, if you could switch exhibits here to bring up DWR 403E, please. Great, and if you could scroll to PDF page 10, please. And if you could scroll down slightly to so we can see the discussion of methodology. Okay, I think that's good, thank you. Dr. Preece, according to this exhibit, you used DSM-2 to simulate EC directly and then converted EC to chloride using known relationships between EC and chloride, correct?
Well, there were two different methodologies. So which one are we? We have the regression and the mass balance.
Okay, well, I'm not sure. I'm looking at the discussion of known relationships, but maybe this, let me go on and maybe we can save some time if I get straight to the point here. So the known relationships, I understand, are included in DWR 407, which contains an analysis that was completed in 1997. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay, great. And have you confirmed whether these relationships are accurate in light of current conditions?
Well, in discussion with the modeling team, this is the best available information.
Okay, so did you specifically discuss with the modeling team whether those relationships remained accurate under current conditions as opposed to what was known in 1997?
My understanding is that that's the best available information to use for this assessment.
Okay, so, but you don't know if those, if there was any attempt to confirm whether those relationships remain accurate under current conditions?
Mr. Singh may be able to speak to that further, but as I said, it's the best available as far as I'm aware.
Okay, Mr. Singh, excuse me, let's just be efficient here since we're on this question. Are you able to answer those questions, Mr. Singh, about the status of the 1997 relationships, the analysis?
There's a question that if that was confirmed using later information.
I'm sorry, I was a little hard to hear you. Are you asking me to clarify my question?
Yeah, can you clarify your question, please? Sorry.
Yes, so it's the known relationships between EC and chloride were based on an analysis that was completed in 1997, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Yes, okay. And my question was, has to Dr. Preece, but it would be to you, have you or anyone working on the DCP water quality analysis confirmed whether the relationships in the 1997 analysis remain accurate in light of current conditions?
So I'm not aware of any recent information on that. Okay. But as Dr. Preece indicated, that is the best available information that we used.
Okay, that's good enough. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll to PDF page 22 of this document? Okay, yes, thank you. So Dr. Preece, this slide shows modeled chloride concentrations in the San Joaquin River under existing conditions and the DCP, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And as you discussed in prior questioning, it's been several weeks now, maybe, so I'm not exactly sure who asked this question, but with respect to EC, can you confirm that the results that are displayed here indicate the projected average chloride concentration for each month at this location?
So this is a comparative analysis, and each little pair of bar plots is a month.
Okay. And each month result represents an average of all the monthly averages over a 93-year period, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of any modeling for the DCP that estimated chloride concentrations at this location shown here, Empire Tract, on a shorter time step?
Mr. Singh has a daily time step, I believe, included in his testimony.
Okay. And DSM-2 is capable of computing source fractions on a 15-minute or an hourly basis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any modeling conducted for this proceeding that calculated a total number of hours for which chloride concentrations would exceed 110 milligrams per liter under the DCP scenario?
I'm not aware of that. Once again, we relied on, the state board sets the beneficial uses and the water quality objectives. And,
sure. I'm just asking about the modeling,
Dr.
Preece.
So,
that's
okay.
That. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if you could please scroll to PDF page 40. And I'm looking for figure CL2. Actually, can you scroll down a little bit? 16. Yeah, let's go down one more. Perfect. Thank you. So Dr. Preece, this shows the monthly average modeled chloride values in the San Joaquin River at Empire Tract in, oh, actually, this is September.
Oh, it's October.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, October. Okay, thank you. In October, I was looking at the wrong slide. And these values were calculated by averaging the 93 years of monthly averages, correct?
For October, yeah.
Yes, got it. And can you confirm that based on this chart CL216, that the probability of exceedance of a chloride concentration of 110 milligrams per liter is higher with the DCP than based on existing conditions?
It looks like the maximum to me is about 93 milligrams per liter based on the y-axis or thereabouts, and the lines are nearly identical to each other, so especially at the 0 percentile when it's higher. So doesn't really look like there would
okay.
much of any difference.
Based on the long-term monthly average.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll down just a little bit to the next page to CL217, figure CL217. Okay, thank you. And this chart, same monthly average modeled chloride values, correct? Just first.
This is for November.
Yeah, for November. And again, can you confirm that the probability of exceedance for chloride concentrations is higher under the DCP than under the existing conditions?
Well, only for about 40% of the time, thereabouts, from when it's highest, so 0 to 10% of the time, the lines are right on top of each other. So that means there is no difference between existing conditions in the Delta Conveyance project when chloride would be highest at this location. And then when chloride dips under 100 for about 40% of the time, there would be some small increases in the probability,
sure.
in November at this location.
Yeah, 40% of the time there could be increases under this, as it's shown on this plot.
when you're below 100 milligrams per liter. Yeah.
And within the monthly average values, there would be days when the chloride concentration is higher than the monthly average as shown here, correct?
I don't know. We'd have to pull Mr. Singh's testimony up to look at the daily, but this does a good representation. When I compared the daily plots, it looked very similar to this. So
you did look at the daily plots.
I looked at the daily plots, and the incremental changes are very similar.
Okay.
And well below that secondary MCL of 250 milligrams per liter for consumer acceptance in all scenarios.
So based on your review of the daily plot information, do you know the highest daily chloride concentration that's modeled to occur in any given November?
No, I'm doing a comparative analysis, so
right.
It wouldn't be appropriate to look at a single day.
Okay. So you don't know the highest daily chloride concentration under any scenario, any month?
Well, I'm comparing the two scenarios, right. And the daily data, like I said, looks very similar to the monthly data, and it is shown in Mr. Singh's testimony.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to that then when we talk to Mr. Singh. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll back up to page 20, PDF page 20? Thank you. If you could just scroll down a little bit here. Thank you. Dr. Preece, was DSM-2 used to simulate salinity in Bethany Reservoir?
Yes, we used CalSim and DSM-2 to look at the different locations in this testimony.
Okay. And DSM-2 models salinity in terms of EC, not chloride, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. This might be a question for Mr. Singh. Either one of you or Mr. Fitzhugh, whoever can answer. How did you convert EC to chloride? Is anyone able to answer that question?
Oh, sorry, could you repeat your question one more time, please?
Yes. How did you convert EC to chloride in this, for purposes of this figure and the modeled chloride concentrations at Bethany Reservoir?
I believe there's a table. So there were two. I think Dr. Preece's testimony has a table that looks at different locations and whether there was a mass balance or a regression was used. So I believe this one is a mass balance.
Okay. Did you add Bethany Reservoir to the DSM-2 model geometry file?
For the purposes of calculation of EC, no.
Okay. Did you compute salinity in Bethany Reservoir by blending the salinity of water that was exported from Clifton Court Forebay with the salinity of water that was diverted from the North Delta diversion?
I believe the EC for what we call banks in these calculations includes Sacramento direct diversions, and then also from South Delta. So it's a mix of that.
So there, I guess what I wasn't clear to me from your response whether that the results here reflect a salinity calculation that includes both South Delta water diverted in the South Delta and water under the DCP scenario and water diverted from the North Delta diversion. Does it, I assume that's how you developed your results for the with DCP scenario. You made assumptions about the that some portion of the water comes from the North Delta diversion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you do any of these calculations in a spreadsheet?
I did not do those calculations myself. I believe that was done by maybe Dr. Preece's team.
Dr. Preece, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sure we have a spreadsheet for it to get to those numbers. I don't recall if that was uploaded or not.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn back to Dr. Preece, but if Mr. Singh is the right person to be answering these questions, happy to hear from you, Mr. Singh. When the DCP is operating as it's described in the operations plan, water inside Bethany Reservoir will be a mix of South Delta exports from Clifton Court Forebay and water diverted from the North Delta intakes, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's my understanding.
And water from the North Delta intakes will have lower salinity than water exported from the South Delta, correct?
What locations are you specifically? So like you're looking at like Banks pumping plant compared to what other location?
Water that would end up in Clifton Court Forebay. Wherever that water, the source water diverted into Clifton Court Forebay from the South Delta will have my question was based on the North Delta intakes, but the water diverted at the North Delta intakes will be lower in salinity than the water that is diverted in the South Delta, correct?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to time.
That's fair, Ms. Tabor.
Okay. Is there any time that you're aware of when the water at the North Delta intakes will have higher salinity than water that could be diverted at the South Delta pumps?
I don't know if I have enough information to help answer that question.
Is the reason that salinity in Bethany Reservoir is lower in the DCP scenario relative to existing conditions that because it includes water diverted using the North Delta intakes?
That may be the reason.
Okay. And did you evaluate the salinity of water inside Clifton Court Forebay?
No, I just have for that area of the Delta, Banks and then Jones pumping plants.
Okay. So did you evaluate the salinity of water in the intake channel between Clifton Court Forebay and the Banks pumping plant?
So I only have Banks pumping plant and Jones pumping plant. Those are the only two locations where I conducted the analysis.
Okay.
In that area of the Delta.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt there. Do you anticipate, based on your knowledge of the existing conditions and the DCP operations, that with the DCP there will be increased salinity in Clifton Court Forebay?
Direction, vague and ambiguous as to time.
That's fair, Ms. Tabor.
Well, I said with the DCP operations, so I guess if that's not specific enough, I guess I could say at any time during the DCP operations.
Well, I didn't analyze Clifton Court specifically, as I mentioned. Okay. So right. We can look at this plot and see that generally it's lower at Banks with the project compared to existing conditions. That's for chloride, but
lower in Bethany Reservoir.
Yes, but I don't have, as I said, I didn't include Clifton Court Forebay in my analysis, not a compliance location.
Okay, fair enough. Before we move on, let's just while I'm still on this exhibit, if you could scroll, Ms. Mullen, to page 36A, I believe. Is there 36? 36, sorry. And okay. So in these figures, CL2-7, CL2-8, we can scroll down for that a little bit. In January, this is January and February, San Joaquin River at Empire Tract. These figures show that the DCP operations show that salinity will be exceed 110 milligrams per liter more frequently with the DCP operations, correct?
No. So if you, well, looking at, if you scroll down, so it looks like you're looking at February. So it looks like about 5% of the time it exceeds 100, and the lines are right on top of each other. So the Delta Conveyance project line is right on top of the existing conditions line. And so they're exceeding that 100 milligrams per liter on the exact same amount of time. And so, well, they're not, the Delta Conveyance project is not exceeding 110 any more than is occurring under existing conditions. And then also noteworthy is it's well below that 250 MCL that is applicable to this area.
Yeah, can you just, Ms. Mullen, scroll up a little bit to figure 2-6 before we leave this page? So is that, no, I'm sorry, scroll down a little bit. So there we go, to January. So I guess I don't read January's results to be the same as you described them for February. It looks to me that the Delta Conveyance project is noticeably higher on a long-term monthly average basis for some period of time at Empire Tract. Is correct?
It looks like there's a very small incremental increase in chloride under the Delta Conveyance project. And not at the very highest point though, from 120 to higher. Looks like Delta Conveyance project may, if anything, be slightly lower than existing conditions, but the lines are essentially right on top of each other.
But it's over 110, apparently, correct?
Under both existing conditions and the Delta Conveyance project, and well below that 250 MCL.
Sure. But again, we don't have any data in your testimony that shows the number of days that it's over 110, correct?
Well, wouldn't it be right to pick out a specific day? This is a comparison between two scenarios, and I'm relying on the long-term monthly averages. And daily averages are provided in Mr. Singh's testimony.
Right. And when you say it wouldn't be appropriate to look at daily information, is that, how does that account for drinking water treatment plant operations that operate on a daily average chloride basis?
Well, the MCL, as I understand it, is 250 milligrams per liter in that area for consumers, and it's well below that 250 milligram per liter threshold.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, why don't we go back, sorry to keep switching, but back to DWR 400. And if you would, please. And if we could, in DWR 400, scroll to PDF page 13, paragraph 31. Okay, great. So Dr. Preece, here you conclude that DCP operations would not result in adverse impacts to beneficial uses or injury to legal users of water based on the fact that chloride sources would not change with DCP operation. Isn't it true that the DCP would divert Sacramento River water at the North Delta intakes, meaning that the diverted water would not flow into and through the Delta as it currently does?
So there are changes in some source water fractions, which is included in my analysis, but there are no new inputs of salinity that I'm aware of into the Delta.
Would there be a greater, okay, would there be a greater proportion of flows from the San Joaquin River entering the Delta?
If you'd like to pull up the source water analysis, I have the different fractions of and percent changes of the source water fractions at different locations across the Delta.
Based on your recollection of your work, without reference to specific exhibits, would there be at times a greater proportion of flows from the San Joaquin River entering the Delta?
I would feel more comfortable bringing up the source water fraction since we have that data.
Okay.
It varies, by month and time and location.
But there are some times when there's more.
Once again, I'd like to pull up the figures.
Okay. Well,
so
I don't
look
think
at it together.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a productive use of our time here to go through the details. If you're not comfortable or confident in your without reference to specific files, I think we can just move on.
Okay, objection. That misstates testimony and is argumentative. The witness is requested just to pull up the exhibit so that we can see the actual information she used in her testimony.
Fair enough. I was asking based on her recollection and a general principle, and I don't think it's a productive use of our time to go through the specific files. I think we can move on.
Let's go ahead and move on. And when Ms. Carroll, your clarification for the record is there and noted. So thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Tabor.
Okay. Let's move on to cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms, which I'll just refer to as HABs. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 404 and scroll to PDF page 12? And scroll down just a little bit. That's good. Thank you. So number 6 in the list below this header, HAB 1, indicates that residence time was modeled as the time to flush 90% of water out of specific locations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'd like to just ask a clarifying question about this metric. If water sloshes out of a sub area on an ebb tide and then returns to that same sub area on a flood tide, for the purposes of your testimony, when is it considered to have left the sub area?
My understanding is that it accounts for the tides, but Mr. Singh, could you add any additional information?
Yes. So the analysis that was done takes, tidal action into DSM2. So at any, given location where we had, a series of channels, it takes into account each channel and time it takes to 90% flushing.
Okay, just because I'm not, I don't have your expertise in this area, are you able to answer more specifically when that water is considered to have left the sub area? I didn't quite understand that from your answer.
So like I mentioned, the analysis looks at series of channels. So for depends on the location. We had a set of channels that are hot spots for CHABs, and for each channel we use DSM-2, and that takes into account the tidal cycles. And for each channel, we calculated what it takes to flush out the concentration to 90% or 10%, and then we take an average of all those channels. So it does take into account the tidal action and how the concentration is changing in that region.
Okay. That's probably as much as I can understand. Thank you. So, Dr. Preece, is it not true that water, or Mr. Singh, sorry, not true that water can flow from one sub area to another, carrying HAB cells that continue to grow and multiply as they travel?
I'll refer to Dr. Preece to answer in terms of CHAB growth.
Yes, the cyanobacteria grow best in still warm waters, and that's why the dead end flues and such you see being most productive, or you're having the most dense blooms. There can be cells in the flowing waters, but they're more mixed up. You don't get the surface scums, and that's because they're not able to grow as well as they're being transported. Cells can be transported downstream, but it's much harder as they're being transported for them to aggregate and to form blooms. And then plus they also encounter, viruses and different things that may kill off cells as they're moving. So it really, looking at these small areas is a much better way of looking at how blooms may or may not be impacted by the project, as opposed to looking at a larger area.
Okay, so if I understood you, cells could grow and multiply as they travel, but there could be factors that would prevent that.
Usually if cells are traveling, they're not going to be growing and multiplying, because if they're traveling, that means the velocity is such that it's moving the cells out of the area, and they're not able to grow and multiply like they would in those more backwater areas where you see the denser blooms. Water's more still and warmer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Mon, if you could please scroll to the bottom of page, just to page 16, PDF page 16, to figure CHAB 1. Okay, that looks good. Thank you. So Dr. Preece, would you agree that this figure shows there's a high risk of microcystis in the channels adjacent to Clifton Court Forebay?
I wouldn't say that there's a high risk. I would say that high concentrations have been recorded at that location before. And then if you scroll to the figure below that, it shows the frequency of those high levels occurring. Scroll down to the next page there. And so on the far right figure there, the frequency which those high concentrations of microcystis that occur are actually really not that high in the Clifton Court Forebay compared to some of the other areas of the Delta.
And what about the channels adjacent to Clifton Court Forebay?
So as you can see on the right, which looks at the microcystis visual index of 4 and 5, so the two highest levels of microcystis that could be recorded, you're not seeing those occur very frequently at that location. They can occur, they have occurred, but they do not occur very frequently around Clifton Court Forebay compared to more of the central Delta and like areas such as Discovery Bay.
But based on CHAB 1, when they occur, it's at a high level, correct? Based on the coloring that you showed, we could scroll back up to CHAB 1 on the risk?
That's a little bit of a incorrect interpretation. It doesn't mean just when they occur they're going to be a higher risk. This is just categorizing kind of the percentile distribution of the ranking score. So there have been high scores in that area in the past, but they don't occur frequently, which is what the next figure shows.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Let's scroll down, please, to the bottom of PDF page 24, so that the heading of CHAB 3.3.1 is showing. There we go. Okay, 3.1. There we go. But we can, and can we go a little further so we can also see lines 1 through, I don't know if we can do this without shrinking it down, 1 through 9 on PDF page 25. Well, let's see how we can, if we can make this work. Dr. Preece, this section of your report states that residence time was evaluated in a variety of locations, not including Clifton Court Forebay, correct?
Well, it was analyzed at Old River south of Clifton Court Forebay, but not within Clifton Court Forebay itself.
Okay. Did you evaluate water temperature inside Clifton Court Forebay?
No, all of the assessment locations that I used are shown right here on these 2 pages.
Okay, everything's here. How, based on your knowledge of the project in this area, how do you expect residence time to change inside Clifton Court Forebay as a result of the DCP?
Well, we could pull up the Old River south of Clifton Court Forebay for the best indication, but there were small, for the majority of the locations, there was little to no increase in residence time.
So you would think that based on your knowledge of the area that the those other locations are a suitable provide a suitable representation of what you would expect to occur within Clifton Court Forebay?
Yeah, and once again, Clifton Court Forebay hasn't been identified as a HAB area. They do frequent testing there, and there's just, it's not really very problematic in that area.
Okay. In the EIR, you developed a north or examined a north delta diversion preference scenario where water would be taken from the north delta diversion points preferentially over the south delta, correct?
I didn't develop any of those scenarios.
Did you not consider that scenario at as part of the EIR analysis?
So we touched on this earlier in the conversation, and I don't recall the specifics of the different alternatives. So my testimony is focused on the Delta Conveyance project.
Okay, fair enough. And did you evaluate delta-wide residence time?
No, that wouldn't have been an appropriate way to evaluate the impacts to harmful algal blooms, because they're not occurring equally across the delta. They're occurring in, like I said, most likely to occur in kind of backwater areas where there's...
Dr. Preece, it was just a yes or no question. Thank you. I'm not expressing an opinion. I'm just asking a question about what you did or didn't do.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I've paused on this, but several times Ms. Tabor has not let the witness finish their statement.
The witness was
I'm sorry,
yes
can I
no
just
question.
finish what I'm saying? Yes, not all questions are yes or no. Thank you.
Ms. Morris, we'll have an opportunity to explore those issues on redirect if
Ms.
you
Tabor,
like.
I've noticed this too, and I understand you're trying to be very efficient with your time, but I think you're handling it, but it's a fine line. I do want to make sure that the witnesses can answer. I'll allow this to go on, but I'm aware, I'm watching, and I appreciate though your efficiency, and I understand that. So go ahead, Ms. Tabor.
All right, let's move on then, please, to PDF page 39, so that lines we can see lines 21 to 33. Great, thank you. Dr. Preece, here your report concludes that the DCP's effects on residence time in Old River in November would not cause CHAB frequency or magnitude to change enough to negatively affect any beneficial use in Old River south of Clifton Court Forebay relative to existing conditions. Is this conclusion based on a quantitative analysis?
This is based on knowing that by November, the days are much shorter, the temperatures are much cooler. It's unusual to have blooms even in this time period. There can still be cyanobacteria cells in the water, but an increase in residence time, especially of this magnitude, is not going to cause cyanobacteria blooms to be worse in this area compared to the existing conditions.
Thank you. So your answer is no, it's not based on a quantitative analysis?
I would say it's based on best available information to make this conclusion. There is no quantitative information in the literature to say that a certain X number of hours is going to lead to more severe blooms.
Okay. What specific beneficial uses in Old River did you consider?
Recreation would be an example of a beneficial use that would be applicable there. But I think the point here is that there's really not blooms in that area under existing conditions, and some increase in residence time at the end of the growing season is not going to impact or cause blooms to suddenly start becoming an issue at that location.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for confirming that. Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll back to PDF page 19, please. And let's scroll down to lines 40 to 41. Thank you. Okay. So Dr. Preece, your report states there's no evidence that higher residence time alone results in higher algal growth rates. But isn't it true that if algal growth rates are constant, more time will lead to more algal growth?
It's generally accepted that if you have long residence time, it gives the cells more time to aggregate together and accumulate and then form those dense blooms. That's why those backwater areas that are shallow and really have like no velocity to them are where we see the most severe blooms. And in the flowing channels, you just don't see as severe as blooms because the water is moving and doesn't let those cells aggregate together.
Okay. Thank you. One last switch, Ms. Mullen, if you could return to DWR 400, please, and scroll to PDF page 17, paragraph 41. Thank you. Dr. Preece, your testimony supports the conclusion that the DCP may increase residence time in certain central delta locations such as Discovery Bay, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And CHABs are already a significant issue in the central delta, correct?
Well, in particular at Discovery Bay, because of that very long residence time that occurs in that area, 2 to 5 weeks under existing conditions. So very long.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions for Dr. Preece.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, would this be a good time to take a brief break?
It is a good time. Thank you for that reminder. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we will return at 10:38. Thank you. All right, it's 10:38. I'll look back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Great, thank you very much. And with that, I will turn things back to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Mr. Singh, let's switch to your testimony. Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up Exhibit DWR 100? Actually, let's do DWR 110, please. Sorry about that. Will be more efficient. And Mr. Singh, DWR 110 is undated. Do you recall what date you completed this testimony?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was, I think, sometime in January.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if we could please scroll to PDF page 4.
Actually, just a correction. This is 110, so this was more in February, sometime in February.
February. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, here you testify that the adjusted historical hydrologic conditions data set is intended to reasonably represent recent climatic conditions and serve as a basis for creating future climate change scenarios. And those are the 2020 climate conditions, correct?
So yes, so this is referring to the 2020 updated baseline, and we used adjustment of historical hydrology based on methodology that's in the delivery capability report that came out in 2024.
Okay. Thank you. And can you confirm that your testimony is not based on any modeling that takes into consideration future climate scenarios, including a 2040 scenario or any other scenario past 2020?
So this testimony is, focused on 2020. And in terms of future scenarios, that was done as part of the EIR. So we looked at 2020 with the updated baseline and also the ITP criteria and for existing conditions in 2020, and then compared that to the EIR. And what we found was the incremental changes with the project under this new baseline and the updated operations are similar to what's in the EIR for existing conditions. And we do expect similar conclusions for future scenarios as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll to PDF page 14, where we can see line 5. Thank you. Okay. Can you please confirm, Mr. Singh, when you are what you're referring to as the updated baseline here in line 5?
So this updated baseline is referring to baseline that was used for the ITP modeling.
Okay.
So that includes, what we talked about, updated adjusted hydrology, and also in terms of the State Water Project ITP and BIOPS are also 2024.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could you please scroll up a little bit so we can see figure 14? Thank you. So figure 14 shows that spring flows are generally higher and summer and fall flows are generally lower in the updated baseline runs, correct?
Could you repeat that?
So if I'm reading this figure correctly, it shows that spring flows are generally higher and summer and fall flows are generally lower in the updated baseline scenario, correct?
When you say spring, like which month are you referring to? So yeah,
March, April, May,
Mhm.
first half of June.
So those flows are higher, yes.
Right.
Yeah, and
And summer and fall
are
generally lower, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So based on your knowledge, Mr. Singh, of climate science and hydrology, is it fair to say that these trends, higher spring flows, lower summer and fall flows, would be exacerbated in future climate conditions?
When you say future climate conditions, are you referring to certain time period, 2040?
2040, let's take 2040, sure.
Yeah, in general, we did look at, some of those future scenarios in the EIR. So you do see that seasonal shift with climate change. There is more rainfall and more runoff winter period. So we do see higher runoff that period, and then lower snow melt and runoff in spring and fall.
Thank you.
Summer period. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, if you could please scroll to PDF page 25, so we can see table 3. Thank you. So this table, Mr. Singh, indicates that the updated baseline and the ITP DCP scenarios have fewer EC exceedance days in the Sacramento River at Edmonton than the existing condition and the DCP scenarios, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If we could scroll to PDF page 20, Ms. Mullen, and look at the chart in the top half, figure 19. So referring to this chart, Mr. Singh, for example, isn't the daily mean EC in the Sacramento River at Edmonton higher under the ITP DCP?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Which month are you?
Yeah, so, well, I think we could look at just about any month, but isn't the daily mean EC in the Sacramento River at Edmonton higher under the ITP DCP?
So there are some months when it's higher, yes.
Okay, so can you explain why there are fewer exceedance days when the daily mean EC is higher?
So those exceedances that you looked at were, say for Edmonton is B1641, which is in place from April to the end of August. So, and then also depending on the water year type, those regulations change. So when you're comparing existing conditions and updated baseline, like we discussed, there is differences in water year types also. So in terms of the distribution of how many wet years or how many dry years, those are different than existing that was in the EIR. So those calculations could be different in terms of what the requirements were for in a given year during that April to August period. So I believe that's the reason why you have.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let's move on. How about if we scroll up to PDF page 19, please, Ms. Mullen? And if we could just look at these, is this page 19? Wait, up. Oh, I think we might be on the wrong. I might have the wrong page notation here. We might have to come back to this because I don't want to waste time on this. Yeah, let's. I I think I have the incorrect page notation. Let's skip ahead and to another topic, and I'll come back when I check my page numbers. So let's see if we could go up to a little bit more up to page 18. Table 2, cell. Okay, if we can go, sorry, down just a little bit so we can see the second cell from the bottom. Sorry, a little bit, just down to the bottom of the table. There we go. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Singh, would the conclusion that the DCP will increase state water project deliveries by 19% be the same if the state water project diversions are limited to the highest use as of December 31st, 2009?
Could you repeat that? So these results that we see here are based on modeling that was done for the EIR and ITP. And that is based on what's in calc model right now.
Okay, so it doesn't account for any actual volume of use as of a particular date and time.
No, this is for this model is not. This is based on the calcium model that we have in terms of regulatory conditions, and also there is, I believe, a 10,300 PFS limit.
Okay. Do you know what year the State Water Project had the highest level of exports?
Are you referring to modeled?
No, actual.
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know then how the State Water Project Delta export total that's shown here would differ if it were calculated using the data from the year of the highest historic use, correct?
So again, this data that we see, the two models that we see, one from EIR and ITP, that is using the historical hydrology and the operations that are in calcium.
Okay. Ms. Wong, could you please pull up DWR 101R? And scroll to slide 22, start with slide 22. Okay. And just briefly reviewing, looking at this slide 22 and the next slide 23 and 24. If you could just slowly scroll through those, Ms. Mullen, so Mr. Singh can see what I'm referring to here. Okay. Mr. Singh, can you please tell me where in your testimony the figures that are on slides 22, 23, and 24 are located? I looked, I didn't find them in the testimony, but if they exist somewhere else, or if they're there and I missed some, I'd appreciate you pointing it out.
Sorry, which figures are you pointing? The figure right here?
This 22, 23, and 24, these slides.
Yeah, so my testimony, especially the 110, was primarily looking at ITP results. I think this one is more based on the EIR modeling. So this is part of the model results that are included or shared in terms of EIR outputs. So this slide here, the few slides that you are referring to are primarily based on the EIR modeling. And there is the summary table that kind of compares the EIR modeling results in terms of export and diversion with the updated ITC. And that's what I have in my test.
So would these specific slides be found in the EIR?
At least the results that are shared here are based on modeling that was done in the EIR. If you look at the calcium output, these export numbers will be in there.
Okay. And is there if the graphics shown on these slides are not in your testimony, were these created using data from tables or other results that are in your testimony?
Objection is to mischaracterizing these. This is part of his testimony, the PowerPoint, and it was provided at the same time that his testimony was provided.
But I understand where Ms. Tabor is going with this, and I don't recall what Mr. Singh explicitly said about this slide, but she does have the opportunity to explore whether Mr. Singh's testimony ventured beyond the written oral testimony, summary of testimony ventured beyond the written testimony. So Ms. Tabor, if you find this to be productive, you are welcome to continue.
Well, I'm just trying to confirm what is the source of this, because it's not in his written testimony, and and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but if he knows where this information came from, that's really all I'm trying to get at.
And that's fine. Please.
Yeah, so these are based on modeling results that is included in the final EIR.
Okay. Did you create these slides yourself?
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay. How did you calculate the existing conditions in the figures on these slides?
How could when you say how did I calculate existing conditions, can you elaborate on that?
How do you arrive at the number that represents existing conditions as it's shown in these slides 22, 23, and 24?
So these were based on, when we say existing conditions, that's existing conditions that is in the final EIR. So the modeling that was done. So that is based on 2019 BIOPS and 2020 ITP. And then this particular figure is looking at total delta export for both State Water Project and CUP.
Okay, but not based on actual export figures, based on calcium model assumptions? Okay.
Yes, all the results here are summary of modeling results based on either 94, this one is 94 years of simulation from calcium, and the IPP model is the 100-year simulation.
Okay, thank you. Since we are in this exhibit, why don't we scroll to slide 19, please? Okay, thank you. This is what these slides meant to find in your testimony, but since we're here in this exhibit, let's go with that. Mr. Singh, these charts show that there are more reverse flow events in the updated baseline and the ITP DCP model runs, correct?
Can you repeat that please one more time?
Yes, sorry. So these, if I'm reading these correctly, these charts show that there are more reverse flow events in the updated baseline and the ITP DCP model runs, correct?
Well, what we're looking at is the frequency of reversals with and without project under the two baselines. And in terms of incremental changes to the project, they are very similar under the two baselines.
But there's more overall, right?
But in terms of frequency, if you looking at the two baselines, for example, the frequency is different, yes. And one of the reasons for that is also because the solid lines are based on EIR model, that's 94 years of data, and the dashed lines are based on 100 years. So there are some differences in terms of the period of record that we're simulating.
Okay, well, you anticipated my next question. Thank you for answering that. Just to confirm, it sounds like some reason for that change is due to the longer simulation period. Are there any other factors that beyond the simulation period that would contribute to that change?
I primarily looked at the differences in terms of incremental changes in frequency with and without project. And I'm not aware of sitting here what other changes could be, but in terms of incremental changes of frequency with the project under the two baselines, they are very similar with DCP.
Okay, thank you. So did you evaluate the impact of the increase of frequency under the reverse flows under the updated baseline and the ITP DCP on the Sacramento Area Sewer District operations at its wastewater treatment plant at Freeport?
The purpose of this analysis was primarily to look at a stack sewer discharge location, and these reversals, the frequency of reversals and the distances of reversals are with that location, and with the understanding that that might impact operations at Freeport if the reversals are increasing.
Right. But you didn't personally, I guess is it correct? You didn't personally analyze what the effect, if any, of these changes would be on the operations at the wastewater treatment plant that's operated by Sac Sewer?
No, the purpose here that's shown in these charts is that there is no change with DCP. So, I mean, that is the main point I'm trying to make is with DCP under the two baselines, we don't see increases in frequency of reverse flows, especially if you look at significant reverse flows that travel beyond 0.8 or 0.9 miles of the stack or discharge. There is no change.
Okay. Based on your professional judgment, Mr. Singh, do you expect that there would be more reverse flow events during the lifespan of the DCP operations, given current knowledge about future climate conditions?
I'm not, when you say future climate conditions, I mean, could you repeat that one more time? I'm trying to understand your question.
Sure. Just as a general matter, would you expect that there'll be more reverse flow events during the lifespan of the DCP operations, given current knowledge about future climate conditions?
Direction vague and ambiguous as time, incomplete hypothetical, cause for speculation.
Let's pick 2100, the year 2100.
To the extent you can answer, Mr. Singh, go ahead.
I haven't looked at 2100, but if the driver of these reversal flows is diversions at the proposed intakes, we do see that in future, in terms of total diversions, I think I have a slide there, also the diversions with climate change, are going down. So what you see here is kind of an upper end in terms of diversions at proposed intakes without climate change. If you look at 2040 and 2070 scenarios, those diversions are going down.
So would sea level rise increase the number of reverse flow events?
Again, it's the goal here is to look at changes with the project. So we're comparing, with and without project. So if you have sea level rise or any changes, that will be both with and without project. And those changes, I expect them to be similar what we have here in the spring.
Okay, so more reverse flow events in the existing in the baseline in the future, but in your estimation, project related change similar.
No, I didn't say there would be more reverse flows. I haven't done a similar analysis for 2040, but what I'm saying is that incremental changes with DCP, even under future conditions, will be very similar.
Okay,
and we do see that the diversion for DCP
I understand.
going down.
Sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. Okay. Let's go, Ms. Mullen, if you would please, to DWR 805 revised. Great. And could you please scroll to PDF page 15? Okay. So maybe scroll down a little bit more, please, along the page. Let's see. I don't have my hard copy in front of me. Can go keep going. Okay, thank you. There we go. So Mr. Singh, here the operations plan is discussing reverse flows around the North Delta intakes. And in section 3.3.4, it states that DWR will undertake tidal habitat restoration in the North Delta to mitigate for potential hydrodynamic effects of DCP operations. And according to the plan, the extent of the tidal habitat restoration will be determined in coordination with CDFW, National Marine Fisheries Service, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. To your knowledge, Mr. Singh, does DWR have an estimate of how many acres will be restored as part of this tidal habitat restoration?
I'm not sure. I think I'm not the expert on that.
Okay. Do you know who would know the answer to that?
Maybe somebody on the aquatics team.
Okay. And do you know where that restoration might occur?
I don't know the details now.
Okay. Has DWR modeled the effects of the tidal habitat restoration on reverse flows under the DCP ITP?
Could you repeat that question at DCP?
Yes.
Yeah.
Has DWR modeled the effects of the tidal habitat restoration on reverse flows under the DCP ITP?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. So the operations plan further states here that DWR will coordinate operations with the Sacramento Area Sewer District and the Freeport Regional Water Authority and share projections of tidal reversal flow and any diversions that may be anticipated. Does this provision of the operations plan assume that Sac Sewer or the Freeport Regional Water Authority might need to adjust their operations based on DCP diversions?
No, I think the purpose here is the results show that we don't expect any changes. I think based on the modeling that we did, looking at reverse flows, we didn't see any changes, but this is more in real time. If there is any coordination that's needed, DWR is committed to do that.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand that the purpose of the coordination is to ensure that the sewer district and the water authority are aware of tidal reverse flows that could cause them to have to adjust their operations?
Again, at least in my testimony, the results that I'm showing, we're not expecting any changes with DCP in terms of changing and change in frequency of those reverse flows. But again, this is more coordination between the DWR and Sac Sewer and Freeport Authority. We share basically what those reversal flows might be in any diversions that we're doing based on real-time operations.
Excuse me, sorry. Were you involved in developing this condition, Mr. Singh?
I was not.
Okay, so that I should have asked you at the beginning. I'd save some time. Who would be the right person to ask questions about this condition on the DWR team?
I would think somebody on the operations team, in terms of real-time operations, any coordination that they do on a day-to-day basis, that will be the team operations panel.
Thank you. That'll save us some time today. All right. Last two topics. Mr. Singh, switching back to the water supply projections that we were discussing before we talked about the reverse flows. In her opening statement on April 3rd, Ms. Carroll stated that if the DCP had been in place between January 1st and June 13th, 2024, that 941,000 acre feet of water could have been captured. Are you familiar with her testimony or on that point?
I'm generally aware of it, yes.
Or her slide. It was described in her PowerPoint as being a portion of exhibit DWR 7, which is titled Fast Facts and was dated January 2024. Would it be helpful if we just pulled that up?
Yeah.
Okay, that rather than asking you to think back a month. Yeah, if we could pull up Ms. Carroll's PowerPoint. What is that? It's not in the PowerPoint. DWR 7. Oh, okay. Why don't we do it to DWR 7 then instead? That's okay. Let's scroll down to the bottom of this page. Okay. So Ms. Carroll's PowerPoint, I don't want to spend a bunch of time going back and forth over this. Ms. Carroll's PowerPoint did, or her opening statement did show the DCP capturing 941,000 acre feet from January 1st to June 13th and referred to DWR 7. I don't see that information in DWR 7.
Maybe Ms. Tabor, and I know you're trying to preserve your time, but I think it'd be helpful for me if we can bring up Ms. Carroll's presentation, which I believe wouldn't be an exhibit, right? It's in our files, but would not be an exhibit.
Okay, right.
So I'll look to my team if you're able to locate that, and I'm working also to try to help locate that.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to refer to actual exhibits, but I realized I wasn't able to do that here.
Give us just a moment.
Sure. I'm trying. So I do not know what page this figure was on, but if we scroll through just quickly page by page, we should find a table that shows that January 1st to June 13th, 2024. There we go.
And just for so everyone is able to find this, we have a folder in the hearing exhibits folder, but it's not for any particular party. We just have a general folder for opening statement presentations. So that's where we plan to deposit, if you will, any other slide presentations that are associated with opening statements. So I just want to put that out there on the record so everyone can find this. But here we are. And back to you, Ms. Tabor.
Okay, thank you for clarifying where we can find these. Mr. Singh, do you know how DWR arrived at the 941,000 acre foot figure that Ms. Carroll quoted in her opening statement?
I believe that number is based on analysis that was done on historical hydrology for that period and overlaying DCP operations criteria and looking for times when DCP could have diverted on top of South Delta facilities. So I believe that analysis is based on historical hydrology and operation and Delta conditions and layering DCP proposed operations on. And it's my understanding maybe the operations panel will probably talk about that.
Okay. And so was that calcium 3 would have been used to calculate that figure?
No, that is not a modeled number. So that is purely looking at just one, historical hydrology. So the modeling that we have is 100 years of hydrology ending in 2021. This is referring to 24. So this is historical hydrology, historical delta conditions, and simply looking at Sacramento flows and delta conditions. When we have excess flows and excess conditions, how much we could have diverted.
Okay. So if it wasn't modeling, where could I look in the DWR's exhibits that have been submitted in this hearing to find the information about how this number was calculated?
Like I said, I'm not totally familiar with that particular period, but I believe the operations panel does have some information in terms of different water years and how much water we could have captured looking at historical results or historical data.
Okay, so so my questions around this should be directed to the operations panel?
I believe so, in terms of this historical calculation. Yeah.
Okay, that could save us some time. Thank you. Today, save us time today. Let's why don't we turn back, please, Ms. Mullen, to DWR 110 and scroll to PDF page 19. And if you can scroll down a little bit here. Okay, thank you. Mr. Singh, can you clarify what you're referring to as the NDD diversions here in figure 18?
So these are the North Delta diversions at the proposed intake. So this chart here is looking at annual average diversion at the proposed intake for the whole period of simulation and doing an exceedance probability in terms of how much in the model we're diverting at those proposed intakes.
Okay, thank you. So do you agree then that based on this figure, the overall North Delta diversions are lower in the updated baseline and DCP ITP than the existing and DCP results?
So yeah, so those diversions are not in the baseline. So those diversions are only in DCP scenarios. So that's why you see 2 lines there. So yeah, with a DCP ITP criteria, we do see lower diversions compared to the modeling that was done for the final EIR.
And is one reason for that change that given the updated hydrology, river flows are lower in the summer and fall months, which require lower diversions?
I think the primary factor there is this change in criteria, which is for the DCP ITP. In general, the criteria is more restrictive than what's in the final EIR. So in terms of the divergence differences, I think that's the primary reason for the change.
Okay. Have you calculated the differences in the volumes of water diverted from the North Delta diversion in individual years between the DCP and the DCP ITP scenarios?
When you say individual years, so this is, could you repeat your question one more time, please? Sorry.
Yes. Have you calculated the differences in the volumes of water that are diverted from the North Delta diversion in individual years between the DCP and the DCP ITP scenarios?
No, typically when we look at it, we're just using the whole period of simulation, and we are looking at exceedance plots like that, not focusing on any given year. But the data is, again, for the solid line here is 94 years of calcium simulation, and for each year, how much we are diverting, so plotting that as an exceedance probability. And same thing for 100 years on that dashed line. So what we see is the exceedances plot for the whole period of simulation, but we don't look at any given year in terms of one scenario versus other.
Sorry, my sound is not great on my computer. Did you say you don't look at any given year?
Yeah, when we're looking at the results in terms of looking at effects of DCP, we look at the whole period of simulation and exceedance probabilities with and without project. So the underlying data does cover all the years, but the way we look at it is what we have in front of you is an exceedance probability that covers the whole period of simulation.
Okay. So are there any exhibits in the information that DWR has submitted in this hearing that show the diversion volumes under different water year types?
I believe we have that information in the final EIR in terms of breaking it down by water year types. I think what I have in this my testimony, there's a table that looks at exports and diversions for all years and also dry and critical years. But all this information is in the model output, including the water year type, where we could look at that breakdown. And I believe EIR does that. In my testimony, I'm mostly looking at long-term averages and also dry and critical years.
So the EIR has that, and it's also can be found in the model output, correct?
That's correct.
And that model output would include the DCP ITP model output?
Yes. So
okay, but there are no summaries of the DCP ITP condition like there were for the final EIR, correct? Showing dry and critical year, for example.
Are you referring to water? I'm not sure what you're referring to, just water supply or?
Yeah, the exports, North Delta diversions. The information in this figure 18, I understood you to say that if someone were interested in more detailed information, for example, under dry and critical years, they could go to the final EIR and find that.
Yes, we can. And then this, exceedance plot that you're looking at, to the left, there's more exports, more diversions. So that's, your wetter years. And to the right, what we have is drier years, when those diversions are lower.
Sure. Okay. Well, without asking you to speculate, just based on your your general knowledge, would the North Delta diversions be lower than what is shown in the EIR or in the DCP ITP model output for modeling that used a future climate scenario, such as conditions that could occur in 2040 or 2070?
Yes, we do have that information, 2040 in the EIR for 2040 central tendency and also 2040 median. And those overall exports are long-term averages are lower.
Okay.
Compared to the baselines.
Thank you. Could you please, Ms. Mullen, scroll to the last page, page 43 of this document? Okay. So, Mr. Singh, is it accurate to state that in calculating what you call the water supply benefit summary under the seismic disruption scenario, that you multiplied the given flow rate by the number of days of outage to estimate how much water would be diverted from the North Delta diversion when there's no ability to export water from the South Delta?
Yes, so this table is looking at the average disruption based on that seismic event. And there is a range of possible North Delta diversions that are summarized here. And I think I do say that in my testimony, is that what the actual operations would be during such an emergency, we don't know, but this is just a range that shows if DCP was operated at different rates, what that water supply benefit could be.
Okay, thank you. Did you do any modeling of Delta water quality under any of these export disruption scenarios?
So one of the scenarios here is looking at what the average ITP diversions are, but focus here was mostly looking at water supply based on what the outage number of days is. Again, what the actual operations would be, we're not sure during an emergency, but this is just a range to look at water supply.
Sure, but just to confirm, you didn't do any water quality modeling to try to determine what water quality in the Delta would look like under any of these scenarios, correct?
There was no separate water quality analysis, but the number of disruption days is based on some estimate of what the Delta water quality could be under those conditions. So that's the number of disruption days is based on some measure of water quality.
How did you develop that estimate of what the water quality would be in order to arrive at the disruption days?
I didn't do that analysis. I refer to a report that's part of the my testimony, which is was done for a flood management emergency plan for the Delta. So there is analysis that looks at different in terms of seismic events and also different levee failures in the Delta, and they used a Delta emergency response tool that looks at basically what the disruptions could be based on different scenarios of levee failures, and it does use DSM-2 and RMA to come up with some water quality calibrations under those conditions.
Okay, that's very helpful. Do you know offhand, Mr. Singh, what exhibit that to your testimony that report is?
Yes. Second. So it's the DWR 116, and yeah, 116 is the supplement C to the Delta Flood Emergency Management Plan.
Okay. To your knowledge, Mr. Singh, did DWR in that report evaluate the impact of diverting in that report or anywhere else of diverting water at the North Delta diversion on the amount of time it takes to flush water out of the Delta under any of these export or seismic disruption scenarios? Sorry.
Could you repeat that question one more time?
Yeah, I was poorly phrased. Thank you for. Did DWR evaluate the impact of diverting water at the North Delta diversion on the amount of time it takes to flush water out of the Delta under any of these seismic disruption scenarios?
No, there was no DCP specific water quality analysis in this.
Okay. And would the DCP provide any water supply benefit to in-Delta water users under any of the seismic disruption scenarios that are described here in your testimony?
So these estimates that I have is mostly looking at DCP diversion and average disruption days. So it's just a calculation of how much water we're diverting at North Delta intakes, and using the average disruption time. So that's the total volume that is being diverted.
And that's solely considering Delta exports, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Singh. I don't have any further questions for you. I do have questions for Dr. Hatch, and I'm looking at what I have, and based on how things have gone so far, I would expect these could take an hour, up to an hour. So.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Let's go ahead and get started, and then we'll probably break around at a convenient time around noon, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, I will try to be efficient, and maybe we'll go faster than I'm anticipating. Hello, Dr. Hatch. Thank you for waiting.
No problem.
So, Dr. Hatch, your testimony, DWR 1000, is undated. What date did you complete your testimony? Do you recall?
We submitted it around the 20th or 21st of January, so probably the 19th, something like that.
Okay. Thank you. And in preparing your testimony, did you consult with any representative of the Sacramento County Water Agency?
I did not directly, no.
Did you read the water agency's protest?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how about the Sacramento Area Sewer District?
I did, yes.
You read their protest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Let's scroll. I'm sorry. Let's pull up his testimony, please, Ms. Mullen, to DWR 1000. Sorry. Okay, can we scroll please to page 6 and where we can see line 10? Thank you. Dr. Hatch, so in describing your modeling of the baseline condition and alternatives, you state there are small differences between the calcium 3 simulations for the existing conditions baseline and the alternatives, and that the differences propagate to the delta GW, I guess that means groundwater models used for the impacts, and are necessary to maintain consistency with the surface water analysis. Did you conduct any new modeling of surface water or groundwater impacts using the baseline and operating conditions in the DCP ITP?
I did not do any additional analysis or modeling with the DCP ITP. We looked at the results based on the surface water team, and the incremental differences were small. And so we decided that it didn't necessitate doing additional modeling analysis.
Okay, thank you. At line, if we could scroll down just a little bit, please, so we can see line 13, please. Oh, maybe we're not. Let's see, I might have to come back to the page, to the line number here. Apologies. Well, let's see if we can do this even though I don't have the line number. See if you're, based on your recollection, Dr. Hatch, you've stated in your testimony that due to the project scope and schedule, it was determined that development of an entirely new groundwater model was not feasible. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
Lines 18 to 19, I think, on this page, if we can scroll
Okay,
down.
that's been a typo.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what do you mean by project scope, Dr. Hatch?
So the needs to evaluate project impacts related to the Delta Conveyance project. So we're looking at best available information and trying to do a comparative modeling analysis. And so the scope of that, in terms of doing that project analysis, did not require an entirely new groundwater model based on what was available.
Okay, you say it didn't require it, but your testimony says it wasn't feasible. Is there a distinction between requiring it and being feasible?
I think the schedule aspect, just meeting project timelines and the needs of the project didn't require that. So it wasn't feasible in the timeline, but it wasn't necessary either.
Okay. Could you be more specific about what timeline you're referring to when you say project schedule?
The development of the EIR.
Okay. What time period was that?
See, I'm not exactly sure. I believe the final EIR, we could bring that up, and I think that was submitted in December 2023, so it would be prior to that.
Okay, so all right, I was trying to understand what you meant by scheduled. Are you familiar with when the environmental review of new of changes in point of diversion for the State Water Project in the area of Hood was commenced?
I'm not familiar with when it was commenced, no.
Okay. So setting aside the questions about project scope and schedule, would a new groundwater model have been informative?
Like I said, we looked at the available groundwater models and determined that with the updates made to the Delta groundwater model from the C2VSIM fine grid model, that doing a new model was not necessary.
Okay. Have you ever developed a groundwater model yourself?
Yes, I have many.
Okay. How long did that take?
It depends on the size of the model, but it can take anywhere from months to years.
Okay. What's the longest time and the number of years in your experience that it's taken to develop a groundwater model?
In my previous role at the Department of Water Resources, I led the development of the C2V Sim fine grid model, and we started that development in 2017 and published the report for the version 1.0 in December of 2020.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Can we scroll please to page 16 and around the area of line 11? So here, Dr. Hatch, you state that future scenarios land use was based on future scenarios developed by DWR for the 2013 California Water Plan update. Do you know the date of the most current version of the California Water Plan?
California Water Plan's done on a 5-year basis. So there was a 2018 as well as a 2023
Okay.
water plan.
But and did the future scenarios, land use future scenarios change between the 2013 California Water Plan update and the 2023 California Water Plan update?
The Delta groundwater model only goes through 2015. And so the 2018 water plan would have looked only at 2 of the years that would have overlapped with the model.
Okay, so changes after 2015 are not captured in the project. Land use changes after 2015 are not captured in the project model, groundwater modeling, is that correct?
Are you talking about the historical model, or are you talking about the baseline model?
Future scenarios.
So the
changes in projections on land use.
So the future, or the existing conditions baseline, probably a better way of saying that, was using urban water management plan updates, and that was the 2020 level of development, consistent with what's in CalSim 3.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers my next question. Let's scroll back, please, to page 2. Okay, lines 11 to 13, generally speaking. Dr. Hatch, here you're stating that the DCP is not increasing groundwater withdrawals as part of the project, and therefore any potential impacts are likely to be regional. The project will pump groundwater as part of dewatering activities, correct?
During construction and maintenance only.
So when you say as part of the project, you're referring to operations?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to page 4, please. Paragraph 14. Thank you. Here you state that groundwater from dewatering will be collected, treated, and used on site. How much groundwater will be extracted from dewatering?
I don't know the total volume, but based on lines 19 and 20, the estimates are between 100 gallons per minute to 2,000 gallons per minute. And so adding that up over the construction duration for the intakes, that would be your total volume.
Okay. And did you, that's a pretty wide range. Is there did you calculate an average between that 100 GPM and 2000 GPM?
No, we didn't calculate an average based on the range that you see here, mainly because this is based off of conceptual engineering designs, and the site conditions are anticipated to vary. So until we have exact site conditions to be able to update the dewatering calculations, this is just based on the conceptual designs at a location that's relatively close by to the intake south of it.
Okay, thank you.
Based on an aquifer test down there.
Okay. Can you clarify the time frame that you refer to as a few weeks in line 14?
Let's see, line 14.
Dewatering was estimated a few weeks.
Right, so that's referring to the initial dewatering period.
By a few, do you mean 2 or 3, or do you have any numeric estimate?
Yeah, a few is typically referring to 3.
Okay, and would that be the same?
Again, site conditions are anticipated to vary, so it might be slightly different. But actually, sorry, looking at that more closely, that's referring to the tunnel shafts rather than the intake. So since there's a fixed volume of water, I think that volume can be pumped. Yeah, I think it's 2 to 3 weeks. So I think that's correct.
Thank you. That is helpful. And how about line 16, where you refer to a few months? Can you be more specific about what you mean by a few months?
Well, and probably a good clarification here is dewatering at the southern complex. The southern complex actually isn't part of the proposed project. The Bethany Reservoir alignment is. So the southern complex would be potentially a few months or 3 months potentially, but that's not part of this alternative directly.
Okay, so this is none of that pumping is going to occur.
Correct.
That is described in your testimony. Okay. So on lines 18 through 20, you refer to continuous groundwater pumping between 100 GPM and 2000 GPM, and this will be highest at the intakes due to the dewatering will be highest at the amounts at the intakes due to the proximity of the Sacramento River. Have you estimated whether any portion of the water that is pumped as part of the dewatering at the intakes will be Sacramento River water?
So I think to clarify, the only groundwater pumping for dewatering that would continue beyond just removal of the volume within the tunnel shaft would be at the intakes. And I think, yeah, I don't think it's possible to not draw in some water from the river based on proximity to the river. So this includes some of that. The part that is important to point out is the cutoff walls greatly reduce the amount of water from the river and the surrounding regional groundwater system that would come into the excavation site. And so that would be minimized based on the presence of those cutoff walls between where the dewatering is occurring and the river.
Okay. Have you calculated what percentage of the water that's pumped for the dewatering would be Sacramento River water?
I have not.
And will any of that, to your knowledge, will any of that pumping occur at a time when the delta is in balance conditions?
I'm not sure offhand whether it would be or not. It depends on the timing of the construction.
Okay. In your testimony, Dr. Hatch, do you address surface water depletion effects of the dewatering activities at the intakes?
I do not directly talk about surface water depletion at the intakes. The surface water depletion analysis was conducted for the operations using the Delta groundwater model.
Okay, thank you. Throughout your testimony, Dr. Hatch, regarding construction impacts, you cite to exhibit DWR 1004, which is a 2021 technical memorandum prepared by the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority. Ms. Mullen, if you could please bring up DWR 1004. I think we might want to have it for reference. Okay, thank you. Here on page 1, you could scroll down a little bit so we could see some of the introduction, please. There we go. It says, the results presented in this technical memorandum should only be considered preliminary and suitable for the assessment of viability at a conceptual engineering stage. And this document is dated 2021. When does DWR expect to have information regarding the amount of dewatering that's suitable for anything more than the assessment of viability at a conceptual engineering stage?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think that's outside the scope of my testimony.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll to PDF page 14 and look for section 7 where it says recommendations? Thank you. So Dr. Hatch, here, the exhibit that you're relying on for your opinion that the DCP will not result in impacts to legal users of water describes quite a few limitations. Their site-specific lithologic data are limited, especially with respect to aquifer performance data and even general groundwater conditions. Considerable uncertainty remains. In your testimony, do you account for this uncertainty?
So in terms of the construction and the modeling that's conducted as part of DWR 1004, I think the key to considering that uncertainty is updating based on site-specific conditions. And so this is based off of the conceptual designs based on what was mentioned in the introduction section. And so site conditions are anticipated to vary. And so when that would move forward, I think those would be updated to get better estimates of what the dewatering calculations would be.
And to your knowledge, has any site-specific testing been done?
I don't believe so.
Okay. To your knowledge, Dr. Hatch, is DWR planning to take any action to offset the groundwater withdrawal from dewatering, such
Yes,
as decommissioning and other wells? Yeah.
The mitigation measures, groundwater number 1 and groundwater number 5, and those are also now permit conditions as well for maintaining groundwater supplies and making sure that if drawdowns do occur outside the area, that groundwater supplies are maintained for the affected users. And then groundwater number 5 talks about the case where groundwater levels increase and near the intakes and cause a potential increase in agricultural drainage. And so making sure that that agricultural drainage stays around average annual levels.
Okay. Is it correct that the project will result in a net increase in groundwater withdrawal as a result of dewatering?
So you're talking about during construction, there would be a
the
net
total amount of water pumped out.
I mean, I think there would be groundwater pumping associated with the dewatering, but so in total quantity, I suppose that would be correct, but I don't think that it's going to have an impact on the groundwater levels or on the river surrounding that based on the analysis that has been conducted.
Sure. Okay, thank you. will water be used for the concrete batch plant operations? To your knowledge?
I'm not aware of the specifics of the concrete batch plant needs, but I would assume they need water for
Okay.
that.
So did your any of your analysis account for groundwater pumping that could support concrete batch plant operations?
I did not conduct analysis as part of my testimony for that.
Okay. And do you know how much groundwater would be removed from the tunnel launch shaft dewatering?
The volume would be whatever the volume is within that tunnel shaft, whatever respective tunnel shaft. So the cutoff wall would be installed. The excavation would be conducted under wet conditions. The tremie seal would be placed so that you have a fully enclosed area within the tunnel shaft. And then, so it's just the volume within that tunnel shaft that would be removed.
Okay, thank you. So let's, if we could return to DWR 1000, please. And let's go to page 3, lines 6 and 7. Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Hatch, you state your opinion that DCP construction activities will not impact legal users of water. Can you confirm that your testimony is focused on potential impacts related to dewatering and does not make any conclusions as to groundwater displacement that will occur due to the location of DCP infrastructure over time?
So my testimony includes construction dewatering activities, and then it also includes the operation of the tunnel as simulated through the Delta groundwater model.
Okay, but it doesn't account, for example, for the effect of the tunnel itself as a barrier to groundwater movement?
I mean, that is part of the Delta groundwater model. The Delta tunnel is in the alternative itself. And so that would have been analyzed as part of the operation scenario with the with and without project scenario. And based on the implementation of that tunnel in the model, there is not an appreciable barrier to groundwater flow. The groundwater would essentially flow around the tunnel. The tunnel, while almost 40 feet in diameter, is still a relatively small aspect ratio compared to the overall underlying aquifer system.
And is that modeling and conclusion based on long-term averaging of the data, long-term average data?
It's based on the results of the groundwater model evaluation itself. So different impact analyses and their effects, which primarily the Delta tunnel being a potential barrier to groundwater flow is baked into all of those different impact analyses in terms of the stream aquifer interaction, the groundwater level change, and the effects on supply wells and potential effects to agricultural drainage operations. And I'm probably forgetting one off the top of my head. But.
And do those results, are they, and your opinion, do they distinguish between the first 20 years of tunnel construction and operations versus the long-term start to finish condition?
I guess I'm not sure I understand your question.
Could there be, I mean, I guess I understand your testimony to say that there wouldn't be effects, but I'm trying to understand if temporally there could be effects in the near term that are not reflected in the conclusion, which if to the extent that's based on a long-term view.
I mean, based on the Delta groundwater model, we're using the results for operations of the tunnel from calcium 3 and then doing the comparative analysis with a 93-year record. And during that time, there's no real change, or there's only small changes with groundwater levels associated with the project. And so those aren't going to change the answer appreciably with project or without project conditions.
Okay, but it's the 93-year period that you base your conclusion
Correct.
on. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So throughout your testimony, you're expressing opinions regarding the DCP effects to the delta. Would you agree that your analysis of groundwater depletion impacts is focused on a regional scale rather than a local scale?
The depletion analysis was conducted at a regional scale using the Delta groundwater model. And I think that's appropriate given the limitations to assessing surface water groundwater interaction. The local data that's available for refining that further just doesn't exist, and you can't measure surface water groundwater interactions directly.
But you can calculate them?
With the model.
Okay. And so would you agree that your analysis is based on annual average values rather than looking at effects on a shorter time step?
The analysis presented in my testimony does summarize things on an annual average basis and relates that to historical conditions to look at the variability in the surface water groundwater interactions over that time.
Okay. Did you perform any analysis of impacts to groundwater levels in the town of Hood?
We looked at groundwater levels model-wide. So any place that there's a groundwater node essentially, or point where the model is discretized, we looked at every single one of those across the entire area of the model.
Okay. Is there a node in the town of Hood?
Very close by.
Okay. Is it possible that impacts to the wells that are closest to the project intakes could be greater than the average effects on a regional scale?
Could you clarify what you mean?
Well, I guess if I'm understanding your approach and your testimony, you looked at effects on a regional scale based on a variety of different modes, and you didn't perform an analysis of any at any specific location. And so my question is, if you isolate wells closest to the project intakes, is it possible that effects could be greater there than under an approach that looks at a regional array of wells and draws a conclusion based on that?
Vague and ambiguous as to effect.
Are you able to answer my question, Dr. Hatch, based on what you know?
Ms. Tabor, can you be more clear about what you mean by effect?
Groundwater levels in groundwater wells closest to the project intakes. Is it possible that the effect on groundwater levels at wells closest to the intakes could be greater than if you look at the average of effects on wells in the region?
Well, I think my testimony is showing that because we're looking at every single location, we are looking at site-specific locations, but it's identifying any location within the model that would have a substantial change or a change at all in groundwater levels, and we categorize that based on both percentage of time as well as the quantity or the amount of change that occurs. And so the fact is we don't see that change. And I think the analysis is conservative in that the way that the intake facilities and the tunnel are implemented in the model for the with delta conveyance project scenario or alternative, then we're effectively overestimating what that barrier would be. And so the fact is we're not seeing any significant differences between the without delta conveyance project and the with delta conveyance project alternative.
Okay. So if I just to be clear, if I wanted to go to something that DWR, a document that DWR has submitted in as an exhibit in this proceeding to find the an analysis of effects on groundwater levels within the town of Hood, where would I go to find that specific localized analysis?
So the analysis is part of the overall analysis in the final environmental impact report, and that is AHO 1056, I believe, or 1057, sorry. And so in the section, I believe it's 8B.3, talks about the effects of supply wells. And so there's a number of supply wells that are potentially impacted, and that's regional. And then 8B2, I believe, is the changes to just groundwater levels in general across the whole model domain. And so while it doesn't explicitly call out Hood, like I said, every groundwater node in the model is estimated and looked at in isolation from each other. So the impacts or changes to groundwater levels near Hood would be evaluated as part of that analysis overall, but it doesn't specifically talk and mention Hood, the town of Hood, in that analysis.
So if I wanted to find impacts to wells in Hood, I would look at the modeling results?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Hatch, are you familiar with the Harvest Water Project?
In name, but not the details of the project.
Okay. So do you know where it's located?
Yeah, in rough terms, I know that the Twin Cities tunnel launch site is in the general area where that that project is located. But it's I believe it's a much bigger project than just that area.
Correct. Thank you. So are you familiar with the groundwater and ecosystem benefits that the Harvest Water Project is contractually obligated to produce?
I'm aware of some of the information that was provided, and to the extent it was provided in the protest, but not a whole lot more.
That's fine. Thank you. Did you evaluate impacts to the local groundwater in the Harvest Water Program area from DCP construction?
What specifically about DCP construction are you talking about?
Did you conduct any analysis of impacts to local groundwater in either groundwater levels or groundwater volume in the Harvest Water Program area that would occur as a result of the DCP, either construction or operation?
Objection to the extent it calls for information protected through settlement discussion.
I'm not asking for anything that he developed in a settlement discussion. I'm just asking about whether he's done anything.
Correct. I said to the extent. Thank you.
Yeah, as part of my testimony, I did not specifically look at construction related impacts in that area, mainly because the tunnel launch shaft is a tunnel shaft. And so, as I mentioned before, there would not be any removal of water. The dewatering activities would be constrained to a fixed volume within the tunnel shaft itself for reasons that I listed earlier, where that is effectively isolated from the regional groundwater system before any water is removed. And then in terms of the operations of the Delta Conveyance project, that analysis, again, is included in the groundwater level changes associated with groundwater impacts number 2 that's contained as part of the final environmental impact report. So again, every model node was looked at for changes in groundwater levels, and those were categorized as part of that analysis, which includes the harvest water area.
Okay. Will the DCP reduce groundwater volume in the harvest water program area?
Can you clarify what you mean by reduce?
Will it reduce the amount of groundwater within the harvest water program area? And let's say more specifically in the area of the Twin Cities launch shaft.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, calls for speculation.
Will you try the question again, Ms. Tabor?
Will the DCP reduce the volume of groundwater in the area of in the harvest water program area, and more specifically in the area of the Twin Cities launch shaft?
So you can answer Dr. Hatch if you can.
I don't know if I have enough information to answer the question that you posed. I think the analysis of the with the Delta groundwater model during operations would suggest that there is no appreciable change in water levels associated with the Delta Conveyance project in the harvest project area or across the entire model domain. So I don't believe that there would be any impact related to the harvest water project in terms of its ability to meet its commitments.
And in that opinion is based on DCP operations? Did I hear you say that? Okay.
Yeah, using the Delta groundwater model.
Yeah. What about the DCP construction period?
Again, I don't think that the construction period has any broader impacts beyond the removal of that fixed volume of water. I think the construction site itself is basically somewhat self-contained and is small on the order of the overall harvest water project. So I don't see it causing a whole lot of changes to the harvest project as a whole.
And that would include, you don't see any possibility of localized effects in the Twin Cities launch shaft area?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is it possible to estimate the annual groundwater volume reduction in the harvest water program area due to the DCP construction?
Objection, call for speculation, incomplete hypothetical.
To the extent you can answer, go ahead, Dr. Hatch.
I mean, is it possible to calculate a number?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I think that you can calculate a number, but I don't think that there is any information suggesting that there's an impact.
Okay. Let's scroll to page 17, please.
Sorry, hearing officer Kinsey, is this a good time for a lunch break? Ms. Tabor may want to wrap up a subject, but it seems like we're getting.
This is my last question right here, and then
great.
We could switch. That was it. The rest could be after lunch.
Great.
Okay, so Dr. Hatch, under water demands, you discuss urban and agricultural demands. Does your testimony address ecological demands such as those associated with groundwater dependent ecosystems?
What do you mean by address ecosystem demands?
Do you talk about the groundwater needed to support volumes needed to support groundwater dependent ecosystems?
So my testimony doesn't explicitly call that out. However, in the Delta groundwater model, there are uses or demands associated with any effectively native land that would be groundwater dependent or otherwise. And so it would be included in the overall groundwater model analysis for those ecosystems to use a certain amount of water.
Okay. And what can you please remind me what is the baseline assumption in the Delta groundwater model for the physical condition that would include those ecological demands?
It's based on the evapotranspiration demands for a given land use type.
And those are the land uses in as of 2013, is that correct?
Those would be the land uses associated with the calcium hydro 2020 baseline.
Okay. This would be a good time for a break.
All right then. Thank you, Ms. Tabor.
Okay.
And thank you to the witnesses once again. And let's go ahead and break until 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. If you are able, please do stay in the Zoom room and I will see you then. Thank you. All right, welcome back. It is 1:01. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ma'am, ready to go.
Wonderful, thank you. And I see we have Ms. Tabor, and I will look to see our witnesses. And Ms. Carroll is here, good. And I don't know that we need Dr. Preece because I think Ms. Tabor might have been done, but there we are. We have Dr. Preece too. With that, Ms. Tabor, back to you if you have more questions for these witnesses.
Thank you, Officer Kinsey. I will continue with Dr. Hatch, please. Welcome back, Dr. Hatch.
Thank you.
Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up DWR 1000? I think that's where we left off before lunch. Thank you. And let's go to page 18, please. PDF page 18, paragraph 60. And then if we could scroll, we might have to reduce it so we can see all of paragraph 60 as it goes on to page 19. That might be good enough for now. Let's see. Thank you. So Dr. Hatch, here you are explaining that you evaluated impacts to changes in stream gains or losses by using the 3 areas that are described on the Sacramento and San Joaquin Rivers and Sassoon Bay, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had 3 areas that we evaluated the surface water groundwater interaction.
Thank you. Can you confirm that you did not analyze any localized impacts to groundwater storage in Sacramento County?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you confirm that you did not analyze any localized impacts to groundwater storage in Sacramento County?
Groundwater storage is covered under a separate impact analysis measure, so it wouldn't be covered here under the stream gains or losses one. It would be covered under impact groundwater number 4, I believe, which looks at storage changes across the model area, which does include Sacramento County.
Okay, and does thank you for explaining that. In with reference to that analysis, when you mentioned the model area that looks at effects in Sacramento County, you didn't isolate effects that as they would occur within Sacramento County. Is that correct?
So
you looked at a larger area that included Sacramento County?
So yeah, the storage impacts analysis, I believe, was done based on model subregion, which I believe one of the subregions does closely fit. Trying to think of where we could find a map to look at that specifically. But it would be in AHO 1056, or excuse me, 1057. And that shows the impacts analysis. And so under groundwater impact number 4, I believe, which is the one for storage, then we have the different model subregions. So one is in large part related to the area of Sacramento County. I don't know if it perfectly aligns along the Sacramento County line, but it's close because I think one of the subregions aligns with the legal delta, so maybe slightly different than the Sacramento County boundary, but it should be pretty close.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. We might come back to that. Yeah, we don't need to pull up that exhibit right now, but I might have some questions about that. And you used on stream gains and losses, you used a significance threshold of a 5% change in annual average stream gains or losses, correct?
Yes, my testimony includes the groundwater impact number 1 with the change of 5% as the difference between the stream gains or losses under the without DCP and the with DCP conditions.
Okay. Dr. Hutch, are you familiar with the groundwater sustainability plan for the South American subbasin?
Familiar, how? I should ask.
Are you aware of the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan standard for identifying unreasonable effects to surface waters and groundwaters?
Not the details of it. Generally, the surface water groundwater interaction part of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act I'm familiar with, but not how the South American Subbasin chose to implement that.
Okay. At any place in your testimony or your supporting exhibits, do you evaluate the percentage decrease in stream losses under the DCP during the October or December time, October to December time period specifically?
Not specifically. My testimony is based on the annual average from the final environmental impact report.
Okay. Thank you. So on page 19, starting at line 15, if we could scroll down just a little bit, please, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. You state that the largest change in stream gain or loss occurs along the Sacramento River, where alternative 5 indicates the DCP causes a reduction in losses from the Sacramento River of approximately 1.53%. Is that an annual average? 1.53%?
So, I believe if we could bring up the AHO 1057, we could see the table of that, but I believe that's going to be a maximum. So that wouldn't be a annual average. It would be a maximum over that. I guess it would be an annual average, but it would be the maximum of the annual averages across the simulation period.
Okay, that's helpful, and I can go to that AHO 1057 for more information. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, and the time period, I believe I heard you just say, is the entire period of record, simulation period of record.
The simulation period, yes.
Okay. Did you calculate the percentage reduction of loss in dry or critical years?
So that's part of the overall analysis, but not specifically. I think the maximum change would likely be associated with a typical year that would have more gains or losses. So I don't know if that's dry or critical or during wet conditions based on the analysis we did.
When you say a typical year, I want to make sure I understand it. What is it? How do you define typical year?
As a more normal condition. So
okay. Okay, so in terms of water year types, when you say normal, would you be meaning normal as in the way water years are defined, as opposed to below normal, dry, critical?
Well, let me just step back and say we have the minimum change, the maximum change, and the average change in there. So okay. we cover the extents of the more dry years, the more average years, and then the more wet years.
Okay. Do you know what is a 1.53% reduction in loss translates to in terms of acre feet per year?
I believe that number would be in the tables in AHO 1057 for groundwater impact number 1. Okay. I don't have the number off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. Scrolling down a little bit, please, to page 20, Ms. Mullen, around line 18, regarding changes in groundwater levels. You described 4 nodes where a change of greater than 5 feet occurred. Where were these nodes exactly, if you know?
I don't know offhand. Mainly we were looking at the changes across the entire model domain. So each of those nodes individually. And I think, well, I won't speculate as to the locations.
Okay. Are the locations identified in AHO 1057?
I don't think that they are specifically.
Do you know where those would be identified?
The analysis is based on the final environmental impact report. So if they are anywhere, they would be there.
Okay, thank you. And your conclusion that the changes would be insignificant is based at least in part because the model indicates they would occur less than 5% of the time. Those, and I'm referring specifically to the exceed the greater than 5 feet change. How did you calculate the percentage of time?
Sorry,
Was that based on an average of annual changes?
Can you clarify your question?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how you derived your calculation that the changes of greater than 5 feet would occur less than 5% of the time.
Gotcha. Okay.
How did you calculate that percentage?
So those percentages of time were based on the annual averages.
Okay.
From all the model simulation years.
And you personally didn't calculate or distinguish the specific water year types in which the changes of greater than 5% occurred?
Well, there weren't any changes greater than 5%.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Strike that question. Yeah. I think I'm thinking of feet. Okay, let's move on. Well, we'll still on this page. Paragraph 63, if we could just scroll up slightly, please, Ms. Mullen. Give me just a minute. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not covering something that's been covered before. So, Dr. Hatch, when you're considering changes in groundwater levels by more than 5 feet, occurring more than 5% of the time to be an impact, where would the changes in groundwater level that are associated with this threshold be measured?
In terms of this impact?
Yes.
So the changes in groundwater levels? So
yes.
Those changes are at every groundwater node that makes up the model.
Okay.
And any one of those that would exceed that criteria would be called out.
Did you, when you were developing this threshold, did you take into account impacts from changes in groundwater levels on the ecological beneficial uses in the harvest water project area?
Since we looked at every single groundwater node, looking at the area that's within harvest water is part of that analysis, but we didn't specifically hone in on that area. Just that the area did not have significant changes that exceeded the criteria.
Okay, so, and I think we might have covered this before lunch, but you didn't consider the effect on groundwater level changes on groundwater dependent systems, correct?
So as I mentioned before, we included the demands within the model that are related to these ecosystem areas or groundwater dependent ecosystems that would be associated with the harvest water area, but we did not specifically look at the needs of those in terms of changes because the changes were relative to the without project and with project conditions, and those changes were very small.
I think I have, to your knowledge, Dr. Hatch, is the project's groundwater use contemplated in the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan?
To my knowledge, I don't think so, because there's no groundwater use during project operations. And so I don't know to the extent that the South American Subbasin would try to incorporate that information into its groundwater sustainability plan, since this analysis is isolating the potential impacts of the Delta Conveyance project on compared to without project conditions. That's not something that Sustainable Groundwater Management Act really requires.
Okay, thank you. Could we please scroll to page 20, PDF page 22, please, and paragraph 67. So here, Dr. Hatch, you reference an impact standard of or threshold of more than 5% from the long-term change in groundwater storage under the existing conditions baseline, referring to the, as I understand it, to the long-term change in storage from 1974 to 2015. It's my understanding that the project would become operational in 2040. Did you evaluate the change in storage under conditions that would exist between 2025 and when the DCP would become operational?
The analysis that we conducted as part of the final environmental impact report is specific to, and with the Delta groundwater model, is specific to operation conditions. And so we don't specifically call out the conditions that would take place in between, say, now and when the construction has been completed.
Okay, thank you. Can we scroll down a little bit to page 23, line 5? Around the line 5, great. 5, line 6, I guess is probably more correct. So here, where you describe the project as reducing long-term storage by 17,010 acre-feet, you don't describe where within subregion 4 that change would occur specifically, correct?
Not within subregion 4. The storage change was calculated over the entire subregion. And so the main thing to point out here, though, is that that's a long-term change in storage over that entire area, and it's quite small between the project and with project conditions.
Could there be short-term changes in storage that are larger?
I mean,
17,010
in terms of the with project versus without project conditions, or what are you referring to?
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, I think it's a long-term average change in storage, and so yeah, there's going to be storage changes less and greater than, but it's the difference in the storage change that is what we're looking at here.
Thank you. And that's again within subregion 4, the delta in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the majority of project groundwater pumping and the DCP diversions themselves are occurring along the Sacramento River near Hood, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The majority of project groundwater pumping is occurring along the Sacramento River near Hood, correct?
There's no groundwater pumping associated with project operations. So if you're referring to dewatering operations at the intakes during construction.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. Thank
you. That's not covered under this analysis because the Delta groundwater model was used for operations, not for construction.
Okay, thank you for explaining that to me. If we could scroll to page 25, please. And I'm interested, thank you, in the groundwater quality discussion. Can you confirm that your analysis of groundwater quality impacts is based on changes in groundwater levels?
The Delta groundwater model itself doesn't simulate water quality or solute transport directly. So yes, the groundwater elevation changes between the with project and without project were used as a qualitative indicator for how the plumes might migrate associated with project conditions.
Okay, thank you. So is it correct then that analysis does not take into account potential impacts related to the spreading of tunnel spoils on agricultural lands?
Again, the Delta groundwater model is looking at project operations and not project construction.
Okay, but tunnel spoils will remain after construction is over, correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
However, the water quality associated with those would, in my mind, be the same as what the underlying groundwater quality would be.
Okay. And all right, that's we'll move on. Has DWR done any modeling that evaluated water quality impacts related to tunnel spoils?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, let's please scroll down to page 26, paragraph 75. Okay, thank you. Here, Dr. Hatch, you conclude that no significant regional changes in groundwater flow directions are anticipated such that poor quality groundwater would move into areas of higher quality. And is it correct that the analysis that supports this conclusion was performed using contour maps?
Contour maps of the differences in groundwater elevations were used as the basis for this in correlation with the known locations of contamination sites.
Okay, thank you. Is it true that small changes in gradients can impact flow paths over space and time?
What do you mean by impact in this case?
They can affect or change the flow path.
To what extent?
Any extent.
I mean, slight changes could yield slight differences, but what we're showing here is that the changes that we expect between with project conditions and without project conditions don't change it appreciably enough to cause a change in the plume migration.
Okay. In your experience, Dr. Hatch, would a method such as particle tracking be better suited to evaluate the impact of small changes in gradients?
It depends.
Your testimony states there are no active contamination sites near the intake structures. Have you sampled groundwater quality near the intake structures?
We have not done sampling to my knowledge, or I have not, as to my knowledge, looked at the sampling there, but we looked at the Department of Toxic Substances Control cleanup sites, and there were not any located near the facilities.
Okay. In your experience, can there be sites that have contamination that are not listed on the DTSC list of contaminated sites?
While it's possible, there would be no way for us to include that as part of our analysis without knowing where those locations were. But overall, the groundwater level impact analysis shows that the potential for migration of those plumes due to with project conditions would be very small.
Okay, thank you. Scrolling down just a little bit, please, to so we can see paragraph 77. Thank you. So this paragraph discussing the mitigation says monitoring wells will be installed as necessary. Has DWR identified locations where monitoring wells will be necessary?
I don't think there's been that analysis to date, but it is planned as part of the construction.
Okay. Do you know if there are any monitoring wells that are planned in the vicinity of the harvest water project?
I don't know off the top of my head. My guess would be with the intakes being the primary dewatering, the area that could potentially be impacted around those intakes would be limited in scope or limited in scale to, and I forget if there's a specific distance. I think there's was a conceptual number of a mile thrown around, but I don't think that that's specific necessarily or a hard number to draw on.
Okay, thank you. And finally, on that topic, did you consider whether any mitigation would be necessary to avoid impacts of the DCP to the harvest water project commitment to raise groundwater levels in the harvest water project area?
During construction or during operations?
During construction.
So the again, the construction analysis that was done is related to dewatering at the intakes primarily. And so based on the construction techniques of installing the cutoff walls and taking measures to minimize the influence of the dewatering operations outside of the excavation site, we don't believe that there would be the need for additional mitigation outside of the area of influence beyond the well, which should be small. So I don't know how far that propagates before it would get to where you're talking about specifically in the harvest water area, since that area is a very big area.
When you say the area would be very small, are you referring to the 1 mile?
1 mile or potentially less.
Okay.
Based on the dewatering and the cutoff walls.
But they're within the 1 mile area, somewhere within the 1 mile area, there would be reductions in groundwater levels, correct? From the DCP construction? Based
on our analysis, there wouldn't be significant changes in groundwater levels outside of the footprint of the dewatering site. However, that's why mitigation measure groundwater number 1 is in place, is in case those site-specific conditions vary and different effects than what were modeled are seen.
Thank you. So mitigation measure GW1 involves mitigation for groundwater levels in wells, correct?
So maintaining groundwater supplies for affected areas, it says.
Okay, and when you say supplies, you mean, are you referring to agricultural or domestic wells?
I believe both of those are covered, yeah.
Okay. Let's see, looking at line 9, You conclude that DCP operations or construction do not result in impacts to legal users of water. And can you explain how you define impact to legal users of water as you use this term here in your testimony?
So impacts to legal users of water due to construction are groundwater related impacts. So if there is, say, pumping during operations or construction, then would there be a significant change in groundwater levels in the vicinity of that dewatering operation? And the results of the preliminary analysis that we've had is that there wouldn't be any significant changes or appreciable changes that would occur. And then the mitigation measures would be in place to handle a case where something unanticipated occurs.
Okay, so when you say do not result in impacts, you don't mean no impact, correct?
The analysis shows that the differences or the change associated with those dewatering operations would be minimal. However, there is the potential that it would not be zero.
Okay, thank you. And you further state, if required to mitigate any potential impacts, DWR will implement mitigation measures to mitigate any potential impacts. And can you just explain how you define mitigate as the term is used here in your testimony?
So based on my testimony in the PowerPoint, we go through the mitigation measure groundwater number 1. And so we're establishing some sort of a baseline and looking at the determined area of influence around the project that where it requires dewatering. So the intake facility, and so a radius of influence or area of influence around that. And then we would install the monitoring wells, and then monitoring, as it states actually right here in paragraph 77, we would look to either re-inject or put water back in the system. And if that wasn't possible, then be able to do other measures such as modifying or deepening existing wells, providing temporary water supplies, or compensate for lost production.
Okay, so when you conclude that these mitigation measures are capable of mitigating any potential impacts, is it correct to take from your testimony that impacts might occur, but in your view, the mitigation will eliminate the impacts?
It's correct to say that my testimony shows that impacts are unexpected related to construction, and that the mitigation measures are there as a further coverage to make sure that impacts that do occur are due to different construction site conditions would be there to handle cases that are not foreseen.
Okay, and so by mitigate, do you mean reduce impacts?
So what I mean is what's written here, I think it's bringing in additional water supplies or maintaining those groundwater supplies in affected areas.
So would that mitigation, in your judgment, fully avoid the impacts that you have described as being unlikely?
I think so.
Okay. Can we please, Ms. Mullen, bring up DWR 804 and scroll to PDF page 104? Thank you. Maybe we'll zoom in a little bit on so we can see the text on the left column. But yeah, I think just that, that's probably good enough for now. So we have it as a reference. So this mitigation measure GW1 describes a response action if groundwater level declines in local wells exceed DWR's impact threshold, and the response action here is to re-inject groundwater using injection wells, correct?
That is one of the options, yes.
One of the options, okay. Where would that groundwater be coming from?
So I believe the groundwater that would be re-injected would be potentially coming from the dewatering operations.
And would it have been stored somewhere on site?
I believe so.
Okay. Is that groundwater storage described in the DCP project description?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, the mitigation measure or the description of the construction mentions the treated reused on site, and so that water would potentially be stored somewhere to be able to be reused and potentially re-injected.
Okay. Do you have any estimate of how much of that treated groundwater DWR might need in order to re-inject and mitigate groundwater level declines?
I do not, mainly because the analysis doesn't suggest that there's going to be the need for that, but the mitigation measure is there just in case.
Sure. And how soon, how quick, if you know, or if you can guess, make an educated guess, what time period might occur between the groundwater dewatering activities and the visible or noticeable reduction in groundwater levels in nearby wells? How long would that take to see an effect?
Well, like I said, I wouldn't expect there to be those changes based on the analysis that was conducted. But it largely depends on if you're looking at a confined aquifer where that's connecting those wells, or an unconfined aquifer, and the proximity of those wells to the site.
Okay, yeah, I'm just my questions are getting at trying to understand how this mitigation measure would work, and the feasibility of using treated pumped groundwater and re-injecting it. So that's really where I was trying to go with those questions, Dr. Hatch, but I appreciate if you don't know specifically where that would go. I don't have too much more on this. Some of the alternative or additional actions that might be undertaken if groundwater re-injection does not work include securing what's described as a temporary water supply. Do you know what the maximum amount of time that a temporary water supply might be necessary?
I do not.
Okay. And do you have any estimate of the maximum volume of a temporary water supply that might be required if groundwater re-injection does not work?
I think that would depend on the actual conditions, so I won't speculate on what that looks like.
Okay. And where would that temporary supply come from?
That's outside the scope of my testimony. I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if it would be groundwater or surface water?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't make any assumptions about that in developing the mitigation measure? Okay. And so you also, that would include the cost of acquiring a temporary supply. You didn't consider that?
The cost? Not
Yeah,
me
the cost.
personally.
Okay.
No.
Did DWR consider the cost of acquiring a temporary water supply?
I'm not aware if they did or not.
Okay. Are you aware of any temporary water supplies that DWR considered that were not part of your analysis?
I'm not aware of any, but that doesn't mean there wasn't.
Okay. Do you have any experience in acquiring temporary water supplies?
I do not personally know.
Okay. The measure provides in the alternative that DWR would compensate farmers for production losses due to a reduction in groundwater supplies. Who would make the decision whether a farmer would receive a temporary water supply or receive compensation for production losses?
I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. Would farmers have to provide proof of a quantifiable production loss?
That's outside the scope of my testimony. I don't know what that would be.
Dr. Hatch, who wrote mitigation measure GW1?
That was done as part of the environmental impact report. I'm not sure who exactly did it.
Okay, so if I, because I do have questions about this measure, if I have questions about how this measure works, who would I talk to about that? Among the DWR witnesses or otherwise?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Hatch. I don't have any other questions, and that concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor, and thank you to our witnesses. I believe with that, I will turn to Ms. Carroll, please.
I just wanted to clarify, based on the timing of the cross, we're not anticipating to bring, nor are we prepared to bring our next panel on for this afternoon. So we anticipated that cross would finish today and the next panel would proceed with their case in chief testimony on May 14th.
I think that's fine. We can proceed that way. I think that's a fair assumption as well. So
thank you.
And if we find ourselves to have time at the end of our day, well, good for us. We can enjoy it. So let's do that. With that, I believe Ms. Desjardins, as I understand, you are next to continue your questioning, and I actually look forward to hearing more about model coding, believe it or not. So thank you. With that, if you're ready, you're welcome to ask more.
It takes a lot of time to prepare these questions. Deirdre Desjardins, and I'm doing some questions for the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association Institute for Fisheries Research. Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up exhibit DWR 107, wanting to continue some questions about the CVP share of the North Delta diversion. So can we zoom in a little bit on this and scroll down to where it says our annual Delta exports and zoom in a bit more? Thank you. So Mr. Singh, you testified, I believe exhibit 107 is from the modeling for the final EIR, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And I believe you testified that the modeling for the FEIR shows an increase in state water project exports and a slight increase in CVP exports. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so this shows an increase of 23% for the SWP. Is that correct? Under annual Delta experts long-term average.
That is correct. The long-term average, October through September.
And then 2% for state water project, for Central Valley project experts.
That is correct.
Okay, so does this assume no diversions for the Central Valley project through the North Delta intakes?
Yes, so for the results that are presented here are based on the EIR modeling and that's state water project only for the proposed project.
Okay. Mr. Fitzhugh, you testified on cross before we had an extended break that the CVP diversions for the North Delta intakes are turned off in the modeling. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, could we pull up exhibit DDJ 52? Mr. Fitzhugh and Mr. Singh, that this is a copy of isolated facility Russell code from the incidental take modeling with DCP.
And let's just make sure we're getting it up here. I assume we have it. Would you, Ms. Desjardins, will you say the exhibit number again, please?
It's DDJ 52, and I did just upload
Thank
it.
you.
So it should be available. Yep, there we go. So this defines, I don't, Mr. Fitzhugh and Mr. Singh, this defines a max IF capacity for the CVP. Do you see that?
Can you just give me the name of this file?
It's called isolated-facility.resl.
Okay, thank
you. If you want, I can show you. It's called in the main code.
Okay.
And when it says select CVP CAPEC, I think that's short for capacity, from isolated facility, where month equals month, that's a lookup table, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we pull up exhibit DDJ 51, which is a copy of the isolated facility lookup table? And so this shows the months 1 to 12, which is January to December, correct?
In CalSim 1 is October, so it's October through September, but yes, it shows all
Oh,
months.
Okay, it's water year months. Okay, thank you, that's helpful. So those are water year months, October through September of the following year. Okay, and so then it sets the SWP cap back to 6,000 for all months. Is that correct? And CVP cap back variable to 0 for all months.
Right.
So this is essentially where it sets the CVP share to 0, as far as I could figure it out.
That's correct. There's also another switch that turns off CVP diversions through the North Delta as well. That's in a different table, but yes, this is one spot.
Okay, so but it's possible in the modeling to turn CVP exports through the North Delta diversions on for some months. Is that not true?
There was an alternative in the EIR which included CVP, so yes.
Okay, so what's the basis of turning off the CVP exports in the modeling?
That's not the proposed project in this case.
Okay, so you're not proposing. I would like, you did refer to the coordinated operations agreement as determining CVP and SWP sharing of export capacity and in-basin obligations, did you not?
Yes, that has to do with carriage water, sharing of carriage water savings.
Can we pull up exhibit AHO 1032, please? And This is the final EIR, Appendix 5A, Section B, Attachment 2, the Modeling Technical Appendix. Do you recognize that, Mr. Fitzhugh?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to page 8, please, Ms. Mullen? Appendix Table B2.1. And this is the regulatory standards operational rule. You see where it says operational rules? And it says sharing of restricted export capacity for project-specific priority pumping.
Yes.
And that says sharing of export capacity under State Water Board D1641, ROC, LTO, ITP export restrictions, and then as defined in the paragraph 10I of the 2018 addendum to the 1986 Coordinated Operations Agreement.
Right. Yep, I see that.
So what exactly does restricted export capacity mean in the modeling?
So when exports are controlled by a regulation, so some examples are the EEI ratio under D6041, the Vernalis 1-to-1 ratio in April and May under D6041, OMR standards, which are Old Middle River flow standards, which are under the biological opinions. Those are just some examples. So when there's a regulatory limit that caps total exports, there are some percent shares defined in that paragraph 10I in the addendum to the Coordinator Operations Agreement, which define what percent of the capacity is available to the CVP and what percent is available to the SWP.
Okay, and then looking up at the top, sharing of responsibility for in-basin use, do you see where that also cites the 2018 addendum to the 1986 Coordinated Operations Agreement?
Yes.
So, Ms. Mullen, can we pull up exhibit DDJ 49, page 1? Is this in a copy of it? This is a copy of the 2018 addendum to the 1986 Coordinated Operations Agreement. Can you see that on the title page?
Okay.
So let's go to page 2, I believe, and we're going to look at paragraph 10I. Yeah. First, let's go scroll down to condition 2 at the on this page. So, and this is specifically sharing of, do you see where it says sharing of applicable export capacity when exports are constrained?
Yes.
So what's your understanding of the definition of applicable export capacity? How is that reflected in the model?
It was just what I just described, regulatory limits like EI ratio, OMR standards.
So so your understanding is that the applicable export capacity would not include the North Delta diversions capacity?
No, this is just the South Delta. Sorry, I didn't. No, actually, sorry, I take that back. If the EI, so for the EI ratio, it does include the North Delta. All the other regulations that I can think of just apply to the South Delta.
So if applicable export capacity, when applicable export capacity is constrained by the export to inflow, the CVP gets a share of the total export capacity.
Not of the North Delta capacity. but of the total, yes.
Well, how is the total export capacity computed for sharing of applicable export capacity?
It would be the South Delta exports at Banks and Jones, and then plus the DCP.
And that's what roughly how much for Banks?
The permit is 6680, but it can be higher in some conditions.
Yeah, and how much for Jones?
4600.
And how much for the North Delta?
Well, it's 6,000 physical, but there's the bypass flows that can limit it to a lot lower. So.
Okay, but in high flow conditions, it could be up to 6,000 CFS. Actually, this is during constrained periods where you're releasing. So where is it documented? I'm not getting a clear picture of how this is going to be shared, because I'm getting like 16,000 total CFS export capacity. And if the US gets like 65% of that, it's more than the capacity of Jones, isn't it?
It is, but this doesn't mean that the CVP gets to export more than the capacity of Jones. This is, if Jones, it's the 4,600 is less than the 65%, they only get to export 4,600.
So your belief is that the CVP would be always the applicable export capacity for the CVP isn't necessarily this, it is actually the capacity cap is actually the Jones pumping plant capacity?
That's my understanding, and that's what's in the model.
Isn't there also a joint point of diversion in the South Delta?
Yes, there is.
Yes, and so isn't applicable export capacity governed by the joint point of diversion in the South Delta?
I'm actually not overly familiar with that in terms of the actual, in terms of how that works in the real world. And I would actually have to take a look at calcium and see the way those wheeling operations like joint point get handled. I'm not sure if it's actually included in the 65% or not. I would have to actually go back and look. But that's a pretty small amount. The JPOD amount of diversions is quite small, even with the DCP. It's not a huge amount. So, but again, I would have to actually go back and look at the code a little bit to remind myself of how that's handled.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a really clear understanding of what the actual restrictions on joint point are. And so there is an assertion that joint point will not apply to the North Delta intakes.
Again, speaking about the modeling, which is what
Right.
I'm familiar with, we do not use the North Delta for joint point, no.
Okay. And Mr. Singh, your testimony is that this is how the DCP would be operated, correct?
Mr. Singh, if you're, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, what's the model is the proposed operations of the project.
Okay, thank you. I did want to look up, can we scroll up a little bit and look at paragraph 1? But leave. So my understanding, this is the Article 6C is the sharing of responsibility for meeting Sac Valley in-basin use with storage withdrawal during balanced water conditions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so this was the assumption in the modeling about the required reservoir releases, correct?
Objection calls for legal inclusion, misstates testimony.
So in the appendix of the final EIR where the modeling assumptions were, it cited this paragraph for the percentage of the percentage share of releases from CVP and SWP reservoirs, correct?
This sharing is implemented in the model. Yes.
Do you see where it says in a drier critical year following 2 drier critical years, the United States and state will need to discuss additional changes to the percentage sharing of responsibility to meet in-basin limits?
Yes, I see that.
Is that reflected in the modeling anywhere? Are there, I mean, are the assumptions just that the in-basin uses in a drier critical year following 2 drier critical years continue unchanged?
Right. In the model, we don't implement that highlighted paragraph.
So doesn't that create some uncertainty in the model results? I could kind of, in that assumption is open to change.
It probably does,
Objection, sorry. Vague and ambiguous as to uncertainty, and in what way?
Uncertainty of assumptions in the modeling is a technical issue, and it's something that modelers can and should be able to evaluate.
And Mr. Fitzhugh, you can respond to the extent, within your expertise.
This is one of those situations where, and we speak about this in terms of calcium, we implement fixed rules, and we have to have certain fixed rules in the model, and those are based on existing criteria like regulations that exist and are very specific in terms of volumes and water year types. An example is this table of the percentages, but that's not something we don't have a rule about. There's no rule written down about what that would look like in the model. It's more of a discretionary operation, and those are the kinds of things that we don't include in calcium.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to ask about the implementation of the North Delta bypass diversions. If we could please pull up exhibit DWR 104R, page 1. Yes, Mom. And if we could zoom in to where it says North Delta diversion bypass flows, please. And scroll in a little bit more. It's hard to see. So what you see where it says in addition, constraint on the potential diversion to account for the fish queen sweeping velocity criteria of 0.4 feet per second under the DCP FEIR.
Yes.
And it says the constraint is derived. Apologies. The constraint is derived from based on the resulting diversions from the DSM-2 modeling, correct?
Right, that's what it says there, yes.
And it says, and under the ITP DCP, it says approach and sweeping velocity requirements are the same as the FEIR.
Right.
So can we pull up exhibit DWR 103? Oh, 103. And can we go to the top of page 4? And does it say there at the very top that a linear flow constraint is applied to calcium 3 to determine potential diversion at the North Delta intakes in all months to account for the fish screen sweeping velocity of 0.4 of a foot per second?
Yes, that's what it says.
So I have some questions about how that's implemented in calcium. Can we go to exhibit DGJ 42, page 1? Thank you. This is a copy of IF diversion criteria daily ops from the incidental take permit modeling. And this was a section that set the sweeping velocity constraint, at least according to the comments.
Right.
You see the line where it says limiting summer North Delta diversion pumping for sweeping velocity constraints. And there's two coefficients of 0.2827 times QSAC core, which is, I understand, is the daily flow, and 2671.3. Do you see those?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge of how those were derived from the DSM-2 modeling?
I actually don't. I wasn't involved in that.
Isn't DSM-2 a one-dimensional flow and salinity model?
I'm not too familiar with DSM-2, so.
Yeah, this is MRDP. Yeah, it is a one-dimensional model. Yes. So those relationships from in terms of sweeping velocity and approach velocity requirements, the way it's being implemented, there it is like what you're referring to here within calcium. There is some relationships that were developed correlating flow at Freeport to it flows downstream of the intakes or near the intakes in terms of sweeping velocity. So this constraint here is trying to make sure that diversions that we have meet those requirements. But the next step really in the model is that when we go to DSM-2, when we do more of a sub-daily analysis, taking the exports that are coming from calcium, we implement this criteria, which is sweeping velocity and approach velocity on a 15-minute time step where that is being basically, diversions are not happening unless we meet those requirements.
So doesn't DSM-2 compute flow volumes through channel segments?
There's velocity as well.
Yeah, well,
from flow. Yeah.
How do you know if it's a one-dimensional model? How do you know that it doesn't have essentially compute the average over the entire channel of the flow of the velocity?
That is correct. It is a one-dimensional model, and that's what is being used to estimate the sweeping velocities in the modeling.
Was there any actual two-dimensional or modeling done to verify these requirements that this relationship holds?
Could you expand on that when you say relationship? Which relationship are you referring to?
The linear constraint, that actually produces 0.4 of a foot per second on the sides of the channel, where as opposed to the center of the channel.
So, so like I said, within DSM-2, this requirement that we have that was in the EIR and also the ITP for sweeping velocity, it's an instantaneous requirement. So we are using a DSM-2 to make sure whenever the diversions are happening on a sub-daily time step, they're happening based on the sweeping velocity that DSM-2 is calculating. That velocity has to be more than 0.4 feet per second before any diversions can occur. So the volume,
Wouldn't the constraint from DSM-2 be on the average velocity across the entire channel?
yes, that's how it's being implemented in the modeling.
Okay, thank you. Can we, so you see how it's a condition on QSAC 48 core? And that's the variable that's being used to compute it. I did want to pull up a copy of exhibit DDJ 43, which is IF diversion criteria daily ops. Can we go to page 4? Can we scroll down? Yes, I have it outlined there. So, Mr. Singh, I did look through to find out where QSAC 48 was computed, and it seemed to be the sum of all of these daily flows. So I'm puzzled as to how this is actually related to the daily or sub-daily flows.
Yeah, so the calcium, within calcium, in terms of, it's a monthly model, but in terms of the North-Delta diversions, there is a daily mapping that is implemented within calcium. So for, monthly flow in a given year, there is a daily mapping that is happening within calcium, where it comes up with daily flows to more accurately look at North-Delta diversions operation. And so the decisions are made on a daily time step, and then they also, at the end, when the model is output, it is a monthly output. But when you take that monthly output to DSM-2, we implement these instantaneous criteria to make sure when we are operating North-Delta intakes on a sub-daily time step, we are meeting the 0.4 feet per second criteria based on the DSM-2 velocities.
Scroll up a little bit, Ms. Mullen, because in QSAC 48 is the diversion at river mile 48, correct? Or the flow at river.
That's the flow at Freeport, and with the daily pattern that Mr. Singh just described applied to it. So these are daily flows.
So this is the implementation of that daily flow. But if we scroll back down, there's this variable QSAC 48 core that's designed as the sum of all these flows and then apparently averaged.
That's right. This ends up being the monthly flow at Freeport.
Yeah. So I'm curious why this variable is used for the sweeping velocity calculation.
Again, I'm not familiar with how those regressions were developed, but they're based on a calculation based on the monthly flow.
Okay, thank
That's all I
you.
can say.
I think that's as clear as we're going to get on this. I wanted to go to my climate change questions. Can we please pull up exhibit DWR 110, page 4? It's 3 to 7. So, Mr. Singh, you referred to the hydrologic data set that was developed, and that you say here the intent of the adjusted historical hydrologic conditions data set is to provide a reasonable representation of recent climatic conditions. Is that, you see that?
Which line are you referring to?
Line 4, line 5 to 6.
Yes, see that? Yeah.
So what exactly did you mean by recent?
So this methodology in terms of adjusted historical hydrologic conditions that was implemented in the ITP model is based on the work that was done for DWR's delivery capability report, that 2023 report that came out last year. So the goal here is that to recognize that for last 30 years there is a change in trend of climate that we're seeing, because when we run calcium, we are running it for 100 years, for example. And so what this methodology does is that looks at recent 30 years and kind of portrays that into the whole 100-year period, so that the historical hydrology is adjusted to reflect the climate that we're seeing in the last 30 years. So that was the methodology that was used for the delivery capability report, and the models that we used for ITP baseline included that, and we basically used that to layer DCP on it. So with and without project, using adjusted historical hydrology.
Yeah, that's fine. I wanted to, can we please pull up exhibit DWR 112, which is the development of the adjusted historical baseline. And can we go to PDF page 5? No, oops. And not, maybe that isn't the correct one. So let's go to PDF page 19, please. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Singh or Mr. Fitzhugh, this is, do you see this is 30-year rolling average of the historical full natural flow?
That is correct.
And let's scroll back up to the previous. Do you see how it kind of declining since 2000? Particularly in Shasta and the Feather.
Looking at the general trend there, I don't know if it's 2000, but yeah.
So let's, yeah. Let's scroll up to the previous page. Actually describes it. It says, do you see in the paragraph immediately below mean annual flow where it says the mean rolling average has a slight concave gown shape, signaling dry climate early part of the 20th century, pluvial climate in the middle part of the century, And again, dry climate in the latter part of the 20th century and early part of the 21st century.
Yeah, I see that.
Is that the correct characterization, that you understand that we're in a drier climate based on the 30-year rolling average?
That's what this document says, and that it was the purpose here was to look at last 30 years and implement that over the whole 100-year simulation period.
So can we go to PDF page 25, please? So Mr. Fitzhugh, you were one of the team members who contributed to this report, correct?
I may have, but I did not play a large role in this.
Okay. Mr. Singh, doesn't this show a reduction in runoff efficiency starting, sometime roughly around 2010?
So just to clarify, that the document that you're referring to here, this was not directly drawn for DCP. This was a reference that was used in the delivery capability report. Just to clarify that, this was not something that was developed for the Delta Conveyance project specifically. This was developed as part of the modeling that was done for a delivery capability report.
Mr. Singh, the question is, are you familiar? You testified that there was a climate adjusted historical hydrology and that it reflected recent climate.
That is correct.
I'm actually, do you understand the findings about changes in runoff in the 21st century since 2000?
So which plot are you referring to? I'm not sure if I haven't looked at each and every plot in this report.
This is figure 12. Let's go to the previous page on the bottom of page 24. So if you look, it says where it says focusing on the last 15 years. Figure 12, there appears to be a potential divergence towards reduced runoff per volume of precipitation.
I'm sorry, which line are you referring to?
The 6th line down.
Yes, I see that.
It said the work group decided that these data did not yet support an explicit adjustment of runoff to account for this shift.
Yeah, I see that.
Are you, the trend and relationship will be closely monitored to evaluate whether this divergence continues, increases, or reverses?
I see that.
So there is a significant increase in temperature in the watersheds in the 21st century, is there not?
I'm not sure when you say significant. Again, like I said, I wasn't part of that work group, and I'm not familiar with each and every part of this report. But for the DCP, ITP modeling, we did, based on this work group's work that was that worked on adjusted historical hydrology. We took that and layered DCP on it to look at project impacts with and without project using adjusted historical hydrology.
Can we go to PDF page 40, figure 18? Because this actually shows, can we zoom in to figure 18? Mr. Fitzhugh, can we scroll up a little? Do you know what or Mr. Singh, do you know what an empirical cumulative distribution function is? We zoom in a little closer. The one on this American Feather and Shasta, particularly. And scroll up a little bit to show the title. Yeah. There we go. Are you familiar with this figure?
I'm not.
The blue line is the historical observed flows, and the orange dot is the historical adjusted flows according to the RC year to month method that they used for correcting it. So you're not familiar with this at all?
I'm not familiar with all the details on this report in terms of the details of methodology that was used. So, but do you have, what was your question?
Well, my question was, while the adjusted hydrology with RC year to month is closer to the observed hydrology, it's still not as dry in the driest, in the years that are above 80th percentile in dryness, is it?
Not sure if I follow your question. Which part are you referring to, this chart?
Do you know how to read this cumulative distribution function for runoff, Mr. Singh?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Thank you.
So what is your question? What do you say?
So doesn't in the 80% non-exceedance probability, isn't that 80% of the time you'll get at least that much flow? Yes. Yeah. So doesn't it deviate significantly both at the in the wetter part of the graph?
So when you say deviate from the reference, or you're comparing historical with reference period?
And isn't there a significant deviation also from the RC year to month corrected data?
Well, that's what this chart is saying. There is differences, but I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Does that conclude all of your questions, just to be clear?
Yeah, that's all of my questions.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead. I think it's an appropriate time we can take a short break. We have been going about an hour and a half. And then we'll come back and I will turn to you, Mr. Moore. So I will see you at 2:41. All right, it is 2:42 now. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go back on the record.
Wonderful, thank you. And I see we have Mr. Moore, Ms. Carroll, and our witnesses are coming on. There we have it. With that, I will look to you, Mr. Moore, with any questions you may have for this panel of witnesses.
Well, I'll begin with what I think may be a bit of good news, which is based on the very thorough and I think outstanding work of my protestant colleagues and asking their questions. The vast majority, about I think 80% of what was on my checklist has been covered in one form or another. So I'll focus on what remains and try to be as efficient as I can. Things that I skip over should not indicate a lack of interest or that I found the answers adequate, but simply that the subjects have been covered and I don't want to repeat. I'd like to begin by asking several questions of Dr. Preece.
Hello.
I know this has been a long slog, and I appreciate your patience and that of the rest of the panel. Dr. Preece, in preparing your testimony, did you review the protests in this proceeding of the California Water Impact Network?
I believe I read all of the water quality portions of the different protests. I don't recall specifics though of the California Water Impact Networks.
Okay, so if I understand your response, you don't have you recall reviewing the water quality parts of the protest, but you don't have a specific recollection of the, I'll use the acronym CWIN protests.
Right.
Okay. In preparing your testimony, did you review the EIR comments on the Delta Conveyance project submitted by the California Water Impact Network?
Yeah, and I have a similar answer that I did review all the water quality comments, but I don't recall who asked or submitted specific comments.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to go to your the particulars of your testimony, just a few, I think. And so Ms. Mullen, if you would, I'd like to bring up DWR 400. And let's begin on the first page, lines 19 to 21. I think we're in fairly familiar territory here. There's a sentence that refers to your opinion that the DCP will not unreasonably degrade water quality due to potential changes in salinity. And you find it in this sentence represented by what you concluded on as to electrical conductivity, and I'll use your acronym of EC, and chloride and HABs. I'll just refer to your acronym on that. Is that an accurate summary of what that sentence concludes?
Yes.
Okay. And I know there has been some discussion on this general subject before, and so forgive me if there's a slight overlap here, but I'm still somewhat puzzled as to where you find the demarcation line between a reasonable degradation of water quality and an unreasonable degradation of water quality. Can you clarify what you mean by unreasonably degrade and how that might be different from reasonably degrade?
Yes, so for electrical conductivity and chloride, I used the compliance locations that were identified in the water quality control plans and implemented through D1641. And I looked to see if I did a comparative analysis between the existing conditions and Delta Conveyance project. And during the months that those regulations are in place, I saw little to no change in the salinity. And then outside of those months, there were some small incremental changes in salinity in some locations in some months, but not enough to, in my opinion, unreasonably degrade the use of that water. So really following along with the State Water Board, who sets the beneficial uses and what is a safe threshold or not. So I use that. And then that information, there are no objectives for cyanobacteria harmful algal blooms or CHABs. And so I analyzed the 5 factors that can cause or the main drivers of the formation of those harmful algal blooms in the Delta, and really didn't see any substantial change when comparing the Delta Conveyance project to existing conditions, and therefore was able to conclude that there would be no substantial increase in the CHABs with the implementation of the Delta Conveyance project.
So if I understand your response then, and please clarify if I don't have this right, you're referring to the conclusions that that the DCP will not unreasonably degrade in this sentence. You're essentially getting the standards where they're available that have been set by the state board, and you referred to D1641 in particular. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In your opinion, is it possible for there to be unreasonable degradation of water quality due to potential changes in salinity, even if the D1641 standards are met?
Well, it's my understanding that the board is responsible for setting the beneficial uses and what's protective of the legal users. And so I'm simply doing an analysis that uses what they've established and decided was protective of beneficial uses.
Understood. Now let's go to page 3 of your testimony, lines 16 through 23. Now, all those that paragraph seems to be of a piece with how you've just responded, and that it references the D1641 standards specifically, as initially adopted in 1999 and revised in 2000, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And now we're going to skip ahead quite a bit more, I think. In paragraph 17, which is on page 8, near the end of that paragraph in lines 9 through 11, you're referring to slight increases in the frequency of exceedance of EC objectives, and your testimony indicates that the DCP could be operated in real time, and I'm quoting now, to continue to meet Bay Delta water quality control plan objectives per D1641. Is that, am I correctly referencing your testimony here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, skipping ahead to page 9, lines 1 through 3. And this is again in your conclusions regarding EC. There's a sentence that says, this is because the sources of salinity to the delta would not change with DCP operation, and DWR would continue to comply with the 1641 requirements. Did I accurately reference your testimony?
Yes. If you want to scroll up just a little bit to see the sentence right before. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Right, and in the sentence before, it appears that your application of that standard also related to your conclusion regarding the injury or lack thereof to legal users of water, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, going ahead on page 9 to lines 18 to 19. You're referring here to chloride objectives and indicating that those are also implemented through D1641, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, skipping ahead to page 13, lines 14 through 16. And then as here, there's also a reference relating to the your evaluation of whether there would be injury to legal users of water. And your concluding sentence here is, this is because the sources of chloride to the delta would not change with DCP operation, and DWR would continue to comply with the 1641 requirements. Does that accurately describe your testimony here?
Yes.
Okay. So in the several references that I just went through, there are multiple references to DWR continuing to comply with the 1641. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether DWR in this proceeding has submitted any testimony or exhibits addressing whether it has complied with D1641? I'm not asking for your legal opinion of whether it did, but whether any testimony addresses that.
I don't know.
Do you know whether the state board has ever addressed whether DWR has complied with the requirements of D1641?
I'm not aware of the operations portion of this. The operation panel, I think, can answer these questions better than I can.
Okay. Okay, so that should be a question you're indicating that we can take up with the operations panel, correct?
Yes.
So are you aware of the state board having issued any cease and desist orders to DWR based on conclusions relating to compliance with D1641? I'm not asking for a legal opinion, but I'm asking if you were aware of any such orders.
Objection as to relevance.
Mr. Moore?
This witness has referred multiple times to the premise of continued compliance with D1641, which we believe is going to be very relevant to a number of the hearing questions, including, among other things, the public interest, the public trust, and the environmental impacts of approving the change petition. So I believe that it is responding to and addressing the witness's own reference to the premise of continued compliance.
All right, I'll allow the question. Thank you. You may need to say it again, though. Unless Dr. Preece, do you remember?
You probably should repeat it.
Are you aware of any cease and desist orders from the state board on addressing the subject of whether DWR has complied with D1641?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any of those orders.
Do you know whether state board staff have issued any reports considering whether compliance with the regulatory standards in D1641 adequately protect Bay Delta water quality?
Section vague and ambiguous. Compound question.
Again, same response as with the last one, and I can divide it up if there was something compound that I missed. This directly relates to the witness's testimony about continued compliance with D1641 and drawing a conclusion about that on water quality protection.
Will you repeat, and if you can break it down, go ahead, Mr. Moore. Maybe repeat the question or part of it, please.
Okay. So in your testimony, as we just went through, you indicated that you looked to the regulatory standards where applicable set by the state board in D1641. What I'm asking is, after D1641 was issued, are you aware of whether the state board has issued any reports evaluating whether compliance with D1641 is adequate to protect water quality?
Same objection, vague and ambiguous as to reports. And also relevance.
Is there any clarification on reports, Mr. Moore? I mean, I think it's...
Sure. I can just give an example of one.
Great.
Are you familiar with a September 2023 supplemental environmental document and report issued by state board staff?
Can you be a little more with respect to what?
On the update to the Bay Delta water quality standards.
Thank you.
I would say generally, I know there's some draft language out there to revise or to introduce some new standards, but I couldn't speak to anything specifically. But just to clarify, my analysis is comparing two conditions. So, existing and then with Delta Conveyance projects, I'm comparing these two different scenarios, which is the purpose of my analysis and what I'm making conclusions based on that analysis.
And so you indicated that you were comparing two scenarios. So can I also assume from that DWR decided not to compare more than two scenarios in this situation? In other words, alternative regulatory regimes to the existing D1641 standards?
We used the standards that were available for 2020 conditions in our analysis.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, I wonder if you would be so kind as to pull up Exhibit AHO-2, which, if I have the number right, I believe is the September 2023 draft supplemental, I'm sorry, substitute environmental document in support of potential updates to the water quality control plan of the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary, etc. Longer title than I had recalled it. So apologies for the mouthful. Please go to page 1-9 of that report, which I believe is on page 82 of the PDF. And my apologies here, there are not numbered lines and the print is very small, but I don't know if it can be
we can make it bigger if we know where to look.
Yeah. I'm referring, hang on a second. Okay. About midway through the last paragraph, there was a sentence beginning with the word however. And I hope that you can see it on the screen. After the word however, it says average regulatory minimum delta outflows are only about 5 million acre feet, referred to as the acronym MAF, or about a third of the current average outflows and less than 20% of average unimpaired outflows. Existing regulatory minimum delta outflows would not be protective of the ecosystem. And without additional in-stream flow protections, existing flows may be reduced in the future, particularly with climate change and additional water development. Absent additional minimum in-stream flow requirements that ensure flows are protected in-stream when needed for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife. Now, Dr. Preece, based on that sentence, I realize, let me back up for a second. This, as I mentioned, is in a draft report, which may or may not become final. But if that report is finalized with the same conclusions, do you think it would be reasonable to conclude that the D1641 standards are going to need to be revised to fully protect water quality?
Been speculative, pause for legal conclusion.
Well, the witness has drawn specific conclusions about compliance with water quality standards that is based on D1641. So I think it's fair to ask about it's fair to explore with the witness whether there's a reasonable likelihood that those standards may soon change.
And Mr. Moore, I think we've attempted this, but other cross-examiners possibly have attempted this, and I understand your point, and we also didn't get anywhere. So I would encourage you to move on from this line.
I'll be brief here and with no further references to the reports. Dr. Preece, in your professional opinion, is it reasonable to evaluate future water quality conditions without some sort of sensitivity analysis for possible regulatory changes in Bay Delta water quality standards?
I think I used the best available information to do my analysis, and it would be impossible for me to speculate what the water board is going to choose to impose for water quality objectives. So yeah, I think I used the best available information with the modeling information and data that was available to me.
Understood. Thank you for your response. Now, I think I'm going to skip ahead all the way to the concluding paragraph on page 52. And let's go to lines. Well, there's one long sentence, but I'm going to, this has to do with your conclusions relating to HABs. And you indicate that your opinion that DCP operations would not increase the frequency and magnitude of HABs that would result in substantially increased risks of negative effects to beneficial uses associated with HABs in the Delta, or injury to legal users of water. Now, this again, my apologies, it will probably partly intersect with some of the previous testimony, but I just want to understand fully where you are on this. Do I recall correctly that you are not claiming here to be an expert in the legal uses of water yourself?
That's correct.
And you're not an attorney, correct?
I'm not an attorney.
Okay. In doing the analysis referred to in your testimony and preparing your testimony, you have drawn conclusions about whether or not there's injury to legal users of water. What specifically did you rely on as the source of information about what constitutes an injury to legal users of water? First, from whom did that information come?
Are we supposed to have a different page up on the screen?
I don't think so.
I didn't know if the questioning related to that.
Okay. What I'm referring to is the reference. It's not about the HABs conclusion specifically. It's about the reference to injury to legal users of water. I'm trying to find out, what did you rely on as the source of information of what would amount to a legal injury, an injury to legal users of water?
So for the salinity constituents, I relied on the beneficial uses established by state board. And then for harmful algal blooms, I did the comparative analysis, and I concluded that there would be no substantial change in harmful algal blooms with the project. And so therefore, generally, there'd be no impact to legal users because conditions would be very similar under both existing conditions and with the project in place.
Do you know if there are any other DWR witnesses who do have expertise in legal uses of water that will be providing testimony on what that means?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for Dr. Preece. I appreciate you working with me, especially on the hard to read print. I now have some questions for Mr. Singh. And I wonder if I might have about 30 seconds. There's a glitch I see on my computer screen that I hope will not create a problem. And I just like to make sure that everything is working okay.
Sure, we can all breathe for, we'll give you a minute at least.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Moore.
Thank you. And I fear that was probably over a minute, but I appreciate your indulgence, and I think all systems are go now.
Great.
Mr. Singh, in preparing your testimony, did you review the protest submitted by the California Water Impact Network, CWIN?
I went through parts of it. For all the protests, I looked at any modeling or questions related to my testimony.
And can I assume from your answer that means that there are parts of it that, in your view, did not relate to those subjects that you did not review?
Yes, I did not review the whole protest.
And do you have a specific recollection of the CWIN protest, or a general recollection that you covered that subject in all the protests, or many of the protests?
In general, all the protests. Yeah, I don't specifically recall CWIN's protest.
Okay, thank you. And in preparing your testimony, did you review the environmental, the comments of CWIN on the draft environmental impact report for the Delta Conveyance project?
In general, yes. I mean, I looked at comments related to modeling results for the draft EIR from different parties. Yeah.
Thank you. And then same question there. Do you have a specific recollection of Seawind's comments or particular, or just the fact that you generally did review the comments?
That I generally looked at all the modeling related comments.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Mullen, I would like first to bring up the first round of testimony of Mr. Singh, which is a DWR 100. And let's go to paragraph 5. And it refers to the operational criteria that would govern diversions at the proposed North Delta intakes for the DCP. And in lines 7 to 8, it says the operational criteria used to implement the DCP modeling run are described in detail in DWR 103. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't, again, I'm my apologies if I am partly overlapping here with earlier testimony. My recollection is that in previous testimony, in previous responses to questions, it was confirmed that under the project, under the DCP's operations plan, the operational criteria can still be revised. Is that correct?
When you say can still be revised, the operations plan that we have right now, it's based on criteria, at least for the operations, based on the ITP. So,
yes.
So that is what the ITP outlines in terms of operational criteria. So that is what's in the operations plan.
Yes. But there's a possibility, at least, is there not, that that operational criteria will change in the future?
I mean, if there is some changes in regulations or there's some other permitting process that I can't speculate when and what.
Understood. Let's go to, it looks like the end of paragraph 5 on page 4. Which refers to operational limits in addition to bypass flow requirements. And it refers to 3 here. The D1641 EI ratio limits, physical capacity of the North Delta intake of 6,000 CFS, and 2020 ITP spring, summer, and fall outflow habitat requirements. You use the word include. Is that include but not limited to, or is that all that the operational limits include?
So that list is talking about, say, D1641 export inflow ratio limits. So that's the requirement that's in the model. But there's other D1641 requirements also that are in the model. So I wouldn't say this is a complete list, but it is just trying to highlight some of the operational limits that are controlling operations that proposed intakes.
I want to be careful here not to ask you for any legal opinion about whether this would be required. But am I correct in understanding that there were no model runs that assumed a requirement to reduce reliance on the delta for future water supply?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for a legal conclusion.
I specifically asked him not to provide a legal opinion, but asked whether that was one of the operational limits, and Mr. Singh is the witness testifying to what the operational limits were.
For me, Mr. Moore, will you clarify what, in this question, what you mean by reduced reliance on the delta? That was part of your question, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just for Mr. Singh, in a technical way, what do you mean by that?
Well, we'll get to it later, and other testimony has gotten to already. The conclusions that come near the end of the testimony relating to the water supply consequences associated with the model results. And there are some in which it's indicated that there's little or no effect, and others where it's indicated that there would be increased delta exports.
So reliance on the delta, you're referring to delta exports. Is that fair? Okay, thank you.
So all I'm trying to find out is, were there any attempts in running the models and generating results to include a limitation that would require a reduction in delta exports rather than either increasing them or leaving them the same?
Same objection as to the question. I don't think you can answer that question without a legal definition of reduced reliance. Also vague and ambiguous as to time frame, and reduced reliance based on what comparison to what.
Well, that's fair on baseline. So I think we can get to your question, Mr. Moore, but I think we have now revised your question instead of asking about reduced reliance on the delta to ask about reductions in exports of water from the delta. And then I think the baseline question is fair. I know you're asking about model runs, but what is your baseline here? Okay,
let me try to go about it in a different way that I hope will be less ambiguous. Let's go to the concluding paragraph, paragraph 43. And Mr. Singh, if I understand the summary of your opinions in this section, you indicate that in your opinion, in certain areas noted in the second bullet point, DCP operation will not result in a reduction in water levels, correct?
I think what it's referring to is that during periods when water levels are low or under drier conditions, what we see in the modeling results that are presented is, if you look at minimum daily water levels that were modeled using DSM-2, there are no or minimal changes to those minimum water levels based on the exceedance plots that are in my testimony. So especially when you focus on times when those water levels are low and the flows are low. We didn't see any change with DCP.
Okay, let's go to the last bullet point that says the one beginning finally on lines 17 to 18 of page 20, which indicates finally DCP operation will not decrease water supply for CVP contractors and will increase water supply for SWP Table A contractors by 22%.
That is correct.
Do any of the opinions in this paragraph present a situation in which you conclude that um, there will be a reduced reliance on the delta for water supply?
That actually calls for a legal conclusion.
It's, I think, avoid the term reduce reliance on the delta, please, Mr. Moore.
I think I'm going to move on. Let's go back up to paragraph 16. And this refers to the model simulations of the DCP in conjunction with existing South Delta export facilities according to the operational rules that you're describing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to go to lines 13 through 18, where you indicate, note that most of the time, the overlapping operational rules do not allow diversions of the full 6,000 CFS of capacity through the proposed North Delta intakes, even when the bypass flow requirements would allow greater diversion. Based on the calcium 3 results, there are only 20 months out of the entire 94 years simulated where DCP diversions are at a maximum capacity of 6,000 CFS. Is that an accurate summary of what this concludes?
Yeah, I think that, that paragraph is talking about the different criteria that we have. There's bypass flow requirements, but then there's other requirements that are in the model. And, looking at the modeling results that was done for the EIR, there were 20 months in that simulation period where we were at capacity.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, the reason that that number isn't higher is essentially that there are operational rules, and you're assuming that the operational rules will be followed. Is that correct?
Yes, the modeling incorporated the proposed operations for the project, including the operations criteria. And the project is being integrated with existing South Delta facilities. So there is a South Delta priority. So the model will maximize South Delta first, and then in the period where there is additional access flows available, the model will capture those, especially in winter and wetter hydrology periods.
Now, you have, fortunately from my perspective from the protestants, heard from a number of other people that know far more about modeling and math than I do. But at least I think I know arithmetic, and 94 years with 12 months in each year seems like you were talking about a period of 1128 months total. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right. 94 years. Yeah.
So what you were saying in this paragraph is that out of those 1,128 months, there are only 20 of those in which diversions would be at the maximum capacity of 6,000 CFS. Is that correct?
Based on the modeling that was done for final EIR, that is correct.
And again, based on my admittedly primitive abilities that I hope still do include arithmetic, I think that works out to less than 2% of the time. Does that sound right to you?
Something like that. It's a pretty small number.
Let me ask you a hypothetical that is not about water specifically. If I were buying a car and the dealer offered to give me a great deal, but said, by the way, there's one thing you have to make sure that you're going to do here. I have a rule. Do not fill the tank more than 2% of the time. Do you think that would be a reasonable assumption of the dealer that I would follow that rule?
Objection, relevance.
I think that's fair, Mr. Moore. I actually also don't follow I honestly do not understand the relevance. I don't know the hypothetical matches here.
You have a maximum capacity that, according to these numbers, would only be met less than 2% of the time based on the rules, correct?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, that's what the modeling is showing. Yes.
Do you think it might be of financial benefit to somebody to find ways, if there are any ways, to get around the rules so that more of that capacity could be filled more of the time?
Section incomplete hypothetical calls for speculation.
I think this is, I mean, Mr. Moore, there are so many. I think there's just too many. I'll just point out the obvious, so maybe we can cut to the chase. Or the Bureau can come in and for the Central Valley project and seek to change their water rights so that they can use the tunnel, right? I mean, there are a lot of possibilities and everything in between. And I'm sure I don't mean to. Probably the Bureau's attorney is cringing, but right there. So I think this is very speculative.
May I respond briefly?
Sure.
And again, it may seem sketchier because I'm trying not to rehash the very substantial amount of cross-sects that's already occurred. But the model in this the discussion in this paragraph is expressly assuming a very small percentage of utilization of capacity under the assumption that the applicable rules are going to be followed. You've already heard in previous testimony that temporary urgency change petitions being granted, for example, have a history that is not incorporated in here. So I think it is a fair line of questioning to wonder whether the assumption that the capacity is going to remain so limited is going to play out in practice.
And
I think
Mr. Moore, I
that's
think that's certainly the appropriate arguments for possibly your witnesses or closing briefs. I just don't, Mr. Singh has described the modeling work that he has done. And I understand your point with respect to the conclusions here. And I think we've clarified that the conclusions here are limited to the modeling work that Mr. Singh did and as he described. So
fair enough. I'll move on. Let's go to paragraph 17. On page 10, lines 3 through 5. There's a sentence, hence the North Delta diversion would augment the existing infrastructure by providing additional capacity to capture these excess flows up to what is permitted under existing DWR water rights. And again, here I may be partly overlapping with earlier questioning, but do I recall correctly that you've indicated that you are not yourself an expert in water rights?
That is correct.
And you're not an attorney, correct?
I'm not.
And are you aware of any other DWR witnesses that will be providing testimony on what amounts to an existing DWR water right?
I believe that some of that information is requested, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Who.
In the analysis that you were referring to in this testimony, did you conduct any evaluation that would incorporate a time limit from DWR's water rights permits in the application of water to beneficial uses?
That section, asked and answered, calls for legal conclusion.
overruled.
Could you repeat your question one more time, please?
Yes. So you're referring here to the phrase in your testimony is what is permitted under existing DWR water rights. Are you aware of a specific time referenced in DWR's water rights by which DWR is to complete its beneficial uses?
I'm not, sorry.
Okay. Are you aware of a specific time referenced in DWR's water rights permits by which DWR is to complete construction?
Construction of DCP?
Construction of state water project facilities pursuant to the water rights permits.
I'm not familiar with water rights permits.
Is it your understanding that the Delta Conveyance project, if built, would be operated as a state water project facility?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Here. Okay, I think based on what we've skipped ahead to before, I'm ready to move on to the supplemental testimony. I'm hoping we can bring up exhibit DWR 110. And let's go to paragraph 3, which is on page 3. And in lines 8 through 10, there's a reference to incorporating information from agreements that are sometimes referred to as the voluntary agreements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it is referring here to an update to the voluntary agreements as that are being considered in the context of the update to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Have those voluntary agreements been adopted?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not an expert in that.
Are you aware of whether the voluntary agreements are part of any existing rule?
I'm not sure what do you mean by existing rule.
Well, before we talk about rules like those in D 1641, for example, that place some constraints on operation. So here there's a reference to further limitations that may come from the voluntary agreements. What I'm trying to clarify is that the voluntary agreements are a pending proposal, not an adopted part of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. Do you know if the voluntary agreements are the only pending proposal in that update, pending update of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
I believe there are some other updates, but at least in the modeling that we did for DCP and also that was done for State Water Project long-term operations, we included voluntary agreements in those models. And details in terms of what the assumptions were are outlined in my testimony in terms of different agreements and what the proposals are in terms of volume of those flows.
And are you aware that the draft staff report for the same Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update also includes a proposed regulatory requirement of a certain percentage of unimpaired flows?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And the updated modeling that is referred to in paragraph 3 of your supplemental testimony, did it include any modeling for that proposed regulatory requirement?
No, the results that are presented in my testimony, this one here, focusing on ITP criteria, does not include any such requirements. And I think I discussed that previously in terms of how those will be implemented. It's still not clear, so we did not include any of those in our model.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Let's skip ahead to page 41 of your supplemental testimony. And I'm looking at paragraph 29, which refers to alleged seismic benefits among seismic protection benefits, among other things, as I understand it. Is that correct?
That is correct. This section of the testimony is talking about water supply benefits in case of a big seismic event that can cause levee breaches in delta, and if DCP was allowed to be operated, a range of possible water supply benefits.
Thank you. And the first exhibit that you referred to at the end of the first sentence of paragraph 29, I'm on line 14, is DWR 114. Can we pull up that report, please? DWR 114. And can we go down to the title on the very first page? So the report, as I understand it, is benefit cost analysis of the Delta Conveyance project, and it is prepared by David Sunding and Oliver Brown. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do I recall correctly that Mr. Sunding is an economist?
I believe so.
And this report, as the title says, purports to provide benefit cost analysis of the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Singh, are you an economist?
I'm not.
Do you have any prior experience doing economic analysis of benefits and costs of water projects?
No.
Mr. Singh, why are you providing this testimony rather than Mr. Sunding? Do you know why he is not being made available?
So my testimony never talked about any cost or economic analysis. All I have in my testimony is some of the information that this report also used in terms of what an outage or disruption in exports could be in case of a seismic event. And, there is some reference to the Delta flood emergency plan where there was some work done that lists how much time would the export disruption would be in case of a 500-year event. And all I have in my testimony is based on those number of disruption days and some of the exports that we have in the model, as well as the range of exports that could be possible, what the total water supply would be. I'm not doing any benefit or cost analysis in my testimony.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. So if I don't want to mischaracterize you, if I understand you correctly, the references that you are making to this report by Mr. Sunding and Brown only is limited to the portion of it that addresses the seismic scenario that is referred to in in this sentence, and will not. So you're not purporting to provide the testimony for all the other. If I understand you, you're not trying to provide testimony beyond that part of the report, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
My testimony is just focused on that seismic event that was used in this report and what the disruption could be. And I'm just using that information in my testimony.
Are you aware of any criticisms that have been made of Mr. Sunding's benefit cost analysis referred to in this exhibit?
I'm not aware of that.
So from your response, am I then correct in assuming that you did not include in the review for your testimony any other reports that address the conclusions that Mr. Sunding provides here? Is that correct?
I think
It's irrelevant to the extent he's asking about conclusions other than what Mr. Singh relied on.
Will you run the question again, Mr. Moore? Please.
Mr. Singh, you referred to your reliance on the report of Mr. Sunding and Brown in Exhibit 114. I understood your testimony to mean that you're not aware of critiques of that report. So I'm simply trying to ascertain that you did not include any review of critiques of that report in making your testimony. Is that a safe assumption?
Mr. Singh, you may be on. I can't tell if you're speaking,
Yeah.
but you are. There you go.
Yeah. So again, I think as I stated earlier, the reference that I make to this report is solely for the purpose of that seismic scenario that was used in this report. And I basically used that same scenario with a range of possible water supply benefits. And I'm not aware of any criticisms or any comments on that in this report or that that you're referring to. So my sole purpose of here was to use this report and look at the seismic scenario that was used and to calculate water supply benefit for the modeling that was done for the ITP, as well as a range of flows that are in this report as well.
Understood. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Sunding provided benefit cost analysis for the prior DWR proposed conveyance project known as California Water Fix?
I am generally aware of that, but I don't know the details.
Okay. So if you don't know the details, am I correct in assuming that you're not aware whether there was there were references to seismic analysis that he provided there as well.
There, I'm sorry, could you repeat your question? Could you repeat your question, please?
Yes, I think you indicated that you were not aware of whether or not Mr. Sunding provided benefit cost analysis of the water fix project. So I'm assuming from that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you're likewise not aware whether he included any references to seismic reliability in his water fix analysis, if he did it.
I have not reviewed that economic analysis to talk about it.
And am I correct in assuming that you're likewise not familiar with any criticisms provided of Mr. Sunding's analysis for the water fix project?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Do you know whether DWR in its environmental review of the Delta Conveyance project studied any non-conveyance alternatives to improve seismic resilience?
I'm not an expert on that, so I don't think I can talk about that in terms of what other alternatives and seismic resilience of that.
Are you familiar with what Mr. Sunding or anyone else for DWR have estimated to be the costs in billions of dollars of the Delta Conveyance project?
Relevance.
I'll allow the question.
I believe this report does have some cost estimates. If you scroll down, there is a table that talks about the cost and benefits of the project.
Do you know if the figure that he provides is over $18 billion?
I'm not sure of exact number, but yeah, it sounds close to that. Like I said, there is a table on this report here that talks about the cost or estimated cost of the project.
In preparing your testimony on seismic issues, did you analyze what other approaches might be used to improve seismic resilience if $18 billion or more did not need to be spent on the Delta Conveyance project?
I did not do any seismic analysis or any cost benefit analysis related to seismic reliability. I think my testimony is mostly focused on the water supply in terms of 1,000 acre feet, based on some of the data that's available in terms of number of days where the export could be disrupted, and using some range of flows that could be diverted, what that number would be. So I didn't do any other seismic analysis.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and your responses. I believe that concludes my questions for this witness. Now, I have, I think, just a few questions for Dr. Hatch.
Let's go ahead and do this if we can. Let's take just a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and you can ask your questions of Dr. Hatch.
Thank you.
I will see all of you at 4:07. All right, I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Yes, ready to go.
Thank you. And I see we have Ms. Carroll. And I will wait for Mr. Moore, of course. Maybe while we're waiting, Ms. Carroll, I wanted to think through, I guess my question is going to be, is this panel of witnesses available the next time we meet? I know it's next week. What is that date? I'm thinking through, because I know you're going to have a thought about whether you want to conduct redirect, and I have some questions for these witnesses, but I want to do this in a way that's efficient. Looks like we next meet on the 14th. Are these witnesses available on the 14th? Do you know?
They are not according to my witness count. And then we have the complication of the next panel isn't available on the 15th.
Okay. Well, maybe we can, is this panel available on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay, I know that's odd, but we may need to try to do it in a way that is as reasonable as possible, but we'll see if it comes to that.
Keep my fingers crossed for the last 50 minutes.
Mr. Moore, I see you're trying to come on camera, I think. And we have reconvened and are ready to go when you're able to get your system up.
Can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you. Yes, I was going to say, if there's a problem with your camera, I know you had some trouble earlier. We can probably proceed this way unless there's some objection from anyone. Does that work for you, Mr. Moore, to ask your questions off camera, if that's the problem?
Well, I wanted to ask about what I only partially heard because I was having difficulty connecting again, which is I thought I heard some discussion that might mean that we are going to need to reconvene.
I was asking about the availability of these witnesses if I and the hearing team had questions, which I know you have a few more questions for today. So I was asking whether they would be available on the 14th, and the answer is no. So that's where we were. But they are available on the 15th. Although I don't think any of that will necessarily affect you because you have the floor right now.
Okay.
So whenever you might be gearing up. Oh, we lost you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I wish I were enough of a technical expert to understand why it is glitching out. It is the rest of your voices seem to be coming in a very fuzzy way, and I will, so please bear with me, and I will
let me know if you need to leave the Zoom room and reconnect. Sometimes that's the extent of my technical expertise, but sometimes it works. So
if you can bear with me, I will try to do just that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you all for your patience. It is overall so much more efficient to be in a Zoom room than in a physical room, but there are disadvantages. I'll wait a few more moments, and then if we need to, we can take another break, so not all of you have to sit silently.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, while we're waiting, I know you mentioned that you and your team might have some questions. I'm looking at our calendar and it actually looks like only Dr. Hatch is out on the 14th.
Okay.
So I was wondering if you only had questions for the other panelists, we could still keep the 14th.
That might work out well. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, am I reconnected now?
I can hear you and I can see you. Yes.
Yeah, my sincere apologies for that too long delay, but I'm glad to hear
I
that.
understand. I commented while you were gone how I was reminding all of us how much more efficient it is than all being in one physical space. So
It's making me wish that I had my teenager with me.
So back to you, Mr. Moore, when you're ready.
Okay, so my remaining questions are for Dr. Hatch. And I would like if you'd be so kind to pull up the testimony that is, I believe, at DWR 1000. Dr. Hatch, in preparing your testimony, did you review the protest submitted by the California Water Impact Network?
I did not know.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Let's go to page 2, lines, I believe, 11 to 13 of your testimony. And there you indicated, importantly, the DCP is not increasing groundwater withdrawals as part of the project, and therefore any potential impacts are likely to be regional. In this phrase, can you explain to me how you went about identifying what is part of the project and what might be deemed outside the project?
It's part of the project during operations. So once it's fully constructed and operating.
And in terms of the groundwater, the potential groundwater impacts of the project, would you agree that one thing that would need to be considered is the cumulative impacts of the Delta Conveyance project in conjunction with other projects or proposed projects?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Go ahead, Dr. Hatch.
So the purpose of this analysis, and I think in terms of the general analyses that have been conducted by this panel, are that we're looking at the Delta Conveyance project in relation to existing conditions. So we're effectively isolating the impacts of the Delta Conveyance project from all other impacts in order to understand the impacts due to the project by itself.
Okay, thank you. In earlier testimony today, there was some discussion of the total capacity of the Delta Conveyance project. and the amount of that would be utilized. Is your understanding that the total capacity is of the DCP, if built, would be 6,000 cubic feet per second from the Sacramento River?
My understanding is that between the two intake sites, that it would sum to a total of 6,000 cubic feet per second as a maximum diversion.
Now, I realize that there has been some other testimony on relating to the percentage of that capacity that's expected to be used. But my question is, are you aware if that total capacity were used? What percentage of the average annual flow of the Sacramento River at Freeport would it have the capacity to drain? Do you know what that figure would be?
I'm not familiar with that. We looked at the analysis consistent with what was done with the calcium modeling and put that into the groundwater model to look at potential groundwater impacts. So the operational considerations are the same as with the calcium 3 modeling.
Now, the testimony that was the subject of discussion earlier today related to a figure suggesting that capacity of the total capacity of 6,000 cubic feet per second would be used less than 2% of the time, I believe it was, of the model years. My question for you is, if that figure were substantially higher, like say 50% or 75%, do you think that could have consequences for groundwater that are not included in your testimony?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
I'm not sure
That's
what's
for speculation.
hypothetical.
And Dr. Hatch, you can caveat as is necessary to express an opinion.
I only considered the operational rules that I was given, so I won't say that there's differences in operations might yield slightly different results, but the comparative analysis shows that we would not have a impact resulting from the project based on the modeling that we've done.
The sentence that I referred to in paragraph 4, lines 11 through 13 of page 2, also indicated that any potential impacts are likely to be regional. And I believe Ms. Tabor asked the question relating to the potential for local as distinct from regional impacts in Sacramento County. I'll ask the same question for the other Delta counties. Have you excluded the possibility of local impacts as distinct from regional impacts throughout the 5 Delta County region?
The main reason why I say regional impact is because of what I say at the beginning of that sentence, which is there are no groundwater withdrawals as part of the project during project operations. So by having no additional groundwater pumping, the background pumping rate from everybody else is effectively the same, and the project provides no additional groundwater pumping that would cause potential localized cones of depression or any local groundwater change that would be expected beyond the regional change associated with the project facilities and then the response that those things would take on the regional groundwater system.
Let's move to page 3, paragraph 8. Lines 6 through 9. Well, let's first take lines 6 to 7. It is my opinion that DCP construction activities will not impact legal users of water. I think this came up in earlier cross-examination, but am I correct in recalling that you are not representing yourself as an expert on the legal uses of water?
The opinion here indicates that DCP construction activities basically will have no effect on the groundwater system that's very far from the intake facilities. And that's the only place where dewatering activities will be taking place, and that would have pumping that would extend beyond the boundaries potentially of the intakes themselves or beyond the cutoff walls. And while that's not expected, then the fact that there's no change from existing conditions is why I would say that there would not be any impact to legal users of water. I'm not defining what a legal user of water is in this context. I'm just saying that if there's no change, there's no impact.
Thank you for your description, but I was asking about whether you have expertise in the legal uses of water.
Right, and like I said, I'm not making a legal definition of what legal users of water are because that's not my area of expertise, but I'm pointing out the fact that there's a change. There is no change.
That's all I was trying to confirm. And is there some other source of information that you relied on about what constitutes legal users of water?
No, there's no other reference for that.
Okay. The next sentence here from lines 8 to 9 in that paragraph refers to mitigation measures. What's your understanding of how mitigation measures are paid for, or do you have an understanding of that?
That's outside the scope of my testimony. I'm not privy to figuring out how they're paid for.
If the funding needed for mitigation turned out not to be available for some reason, could that have a consequence for the conclusions in your in this paragraph relating to impacts on legal users of water?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled to the extent you can answer, Dr. Hatch.
I would say no, because the start of my sentence here is that I don't expect there to be any impacts. Based on what I said before, there's not a appreciable change that's anticipated based on the analysis that I've done. And so mitigation measures are just a backup in case unforeseen construction circumstances require some additional things to occur, such as the mitigation. And so beyond the scope of that, I'm not sure if it's relevant for my analysis that how it will be paid for if funding was not available, what would happen.
Let's move to page 3, paragraph 9, lines 10 and 11. The Delta groundwater model is an appropriate model to evaluate potential regional impacts to groundwater and legal users of water. What, if any, other models did you consider using instead?
The final environmental impact report, Appendix 8A, talks about the models that we considered as part of that, and the models that were considered include the Central Valley hydrologic model from the USGS and a previous version that was adapted for earlier iterations of this project from the Bates Delta Conservation Plan, I believe, the CVHMD model or the California Central Valley hydrologic model Delta, and then C2V Sim, as well as then looking at just the calcium hydro portion of or the groundwater DLL, excuse me, of calcium. And we looked at other models that might be available, but they didn't cover the project area. So we concluded that C2V Sim, based on its more current representation in terms of time and consistency with the calcium time simulation duration was most consistent and be easiest to update for the Delta groundwater model.
Let's go to page 6, paragraph 20. Lines 18 to 20. And I believe this was already the subject of some discussion with Ms. Tabor, and I will try not to repeat. But do I understand correctly from this sentence that one of the considerations in determining that it wasn't feasible to develop an entirely new groundwater model was what you refer to as the schedule?
Yes, that was a consideration. Schedule was an important aspect of it, but it was not the only reason why we felt we could move forward with the Delta groundwater model.
And who provided that schedule to you?
DWR.
And specifically, what did they indicate to you about the schedule that entered into your determination on feasibility here?
I don't recall the specific details of it.
But I recall from your discussion with Ms. Tabor, if I recall correctly, that it had to do with the period up until the certification of the final EIR in December 2023, correct?
Well, the modeling analysis was the basis of what went into the draft and final environmental impact report. So the modeling analysis had to be conducted as part of that to submit the EIR.
Let's go to page 7, paragraph 21. Which referred to existing groundwater models covering all or part of the greater Delta region, and it provides a list from lines 4 through 9 of models that were reviewed. Were these the only models reviewed?
Like I said, these ones were the ones that covered the greater Delta region. And so other models such as the SEMNIS South American, North American, and Eastern San Joaquin models, as I mentioned in my testimony, were also looked at and used. The Delta groundwater model used some of the data from them, but they couldn't be used by themselves because they didn't cover the entire project area.
Besides those, do you happen to know if any other models were proposed for use and comments on the Delta Conveyance project?
I'm not aware of any.
Do you know if any other variations on models were proposed for use in the Delta Conveyance project environmental review?
I'm not aware.
I think we're nearing the end. I would like to pull up an exhibit that I provided to the AHO, and we had difficulty ascertaining that it loaded to the FTP site, but I hope that Ms. Mullen received it. It would have come today.
I believe we did. So,
Okay.
and we probably had not, it's not our practice to load them up to the outgoing FTP until you actually call for it, to keep the element of, as if it were a paper document. Looks like, is this it?
Yes, it is. And since this doesn't have a number yet, if I'm remembering the previous sequencing, I believe this would be CWIN Exhibit 3. Does that sound right?
That may be right. I'll look to my team and we will identify it in the transcript momentarily, but please feel free to proceed, Mr. Moore.
Let's go to page 2 of the PDF so we can make clear what it is. And if you could scroll a little more so that we could see the whole title. Okay. Okay. Dr. Hatch, as you can see, I hope, these are the December 16th, 2022 comments of Aqua Alliance and the California Water Impact Network on the Delta Conveyance Project draft environmental impact report. Is that what you're seeing as well?
I see some reference to that in terms of groundwater dependent communities, farms, and ecosystems.
Yes, and I'm referring here to the title, the re-colon, and I'm reading it verbatim, Delta Conveyance Project Draft Environmental Impact Report. And then it provides the SCH number. Are we?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. In preparing your testimony, did you review these comments?
I did not.
Can I assume from that this means that you also did not review the exhibits to these comments?
I did not.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Carroll.
So just with respect to this exhibit, I noticed that it was labeled DCP 500 and something, which I believe is from a litigation document. I'd just like to reiterate our request that the exhibits be marked in the title and also on the pages so that it makes it easier, because there are a lot of crossovers.
Yes, so I think, let me see if my team has been able to verify. Yes, it should be CWIN 003. And can I ask Mr. Moore if you would please resubmit this exhibit with a header on it that's CWIN 003?
Yes, I'd be glad to do that.
That would be excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then I think so. Where we are, we're at 4:40, and we have Dr. Hatch, who will not be with us on the 14th. Let me look. I think I have 3 questions on my list, some of which may have already been answered for Dr. Hatch. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and go through those. Then Ms. Carroll, if you can decide whether you have redirect for Dr. Hatch and how we want to handle it, but maybe we'll start there and you can think about that. And then I think my intent would be if that the remaining witnesses would please come back on the 14th. I think we can get through things fairly efficiently, and then we would move to panel 3. For Dr. Hatch, and thank you all of you for staying with us once again for a long day. And forgive me because some of these I'm interpreting technical questions from those with more technical expertise than I have. And so feel free to help me ask better questions. But Dr. Hatch, my understanding is that the Delta groundwater model relies on certain assumptions, including fixed boundary conditions and certain operating rules for an assumption that the reservoirs would continue to be operated according to the same rules and principles. Do you have an opinion as to how those assumptions fit with real world conditions or operations? It's a very general question.
Bring up for so Kinsey, are you asking? I'm not understanding the question, and I'm not objecting. I'm just trying to clarify.
You're actually it's fair to know. Please jump in and get me to clarify the question. Let's do this.
Are you asking if the operations of the DCP and the upstream reservoirs are accurately represented? I'm not unclear what operations the question was referring to in terms of being. I think you used the word real world.
Let me ask it this way. Let me back up. That's a good. So, Dr. Hatch, in the groundwater model, the model runs for with and without project. Is it correct that the model runs for with and without project assume the same operating rules for upstream reservoirs?
They consider the calcium modeling rules that are implemented for the without project and with project. So to the extent that those are the same, then the groundwater model considers them to be the same.
Okay. And I thank you. And then I think the next part of my question, which again will be general, and maybe Ms. Morris, you can help me pin this down, is in times of drought or flood events when the conditions may not be within the ordinary, so to speak. Do you have any opinion about whether or not the groundwater model would account for conditions in those more extreme circumstances in either direction?
The groundwater model should account for those to the extent they're in the hydrology. And so since it's using a 2020 level of development, but with a historical signature of hydrology, then those wet conditions on a monthly basis and the dry conditions on a monthly basis should be considered as part of the model.
Thank you. The next question is about future climate conditions. Does the groundwater modeling that you conducted attempt to account for any changes in future climate conditions?
The groundwater modeling for my testimony specifically doesn't talk about climate change. However, for the final environmental impact report, there was a 2040 climate change scenario run, and consistent with others on the panel, the differences were minor between the with Delta Conveyance project and without Delta Conveyance project. And so we didn't focus on that in the testimony because there was such a small change.
Thank you. And then I believe this is my last question for you, and thank you, Dr. Hatch. My understanding is that the model, and I think I followed that and understand clearly that the groundwater modeling was used with respect to operations and not construction impacts, dewatering construction impacts. Is that accurate?
Correct. The regional groundwater model was used for operations only.
And with respect to operations, my understanding is that the model predicted a maximum decline of 2 to 3 feet in groundwater levels at supply wells. Is that also correct?
I believe that's correct.
Is there, given the regional resolution of the model, is there do you have any reason to believe that there might be more localized impacts that would not be identified through the model runs?
This gets back to the line of questioning that Mr. Moore just finished. And since the Delta Conveyance project under project operations is not proposing to pump groundwater, then effectively the changes due to the project would be regional in nature. So the model doesn't represent the full detail of the individual cones of depression of wells that are already in place and pumping, because it's a regional model, but those are going to be consistent and then affected by the regional background signature of whatever effect that the Delta Conveyance project has, which is small. So those drawdowns would effectively be considered in both the without project and with project.
Understood. Thank you, Dr. Hatch. Those are all the questions we had for Dr. Hatch. Ms. Carroll, I'll turn to you. Do you want to attempt redirect?
No redirect. Thank you.
Just for Dr. Hatch. I thank you very much. So I believe with that, I'll thank you are now excused, Dr. Hatch. You're lucky enough to to make your escape early. Thank you so much for your testimony and your time and your attention to all of these questions. I very much appreciate the effort that went into that. What I would propose, and you are excused from the witness stand, unlike your colleagues who will be returning. What I propose is that when we reconvene on the 14th, I will follow up with additional questions for the other witnesses. Then Ms. Carroll, you will have an opportunity for redirect, and if appropriate, others will have an opportunity for recross limited to the scope of redirect, and then we would move to panel 3. Are there any other procedural issues or questions about that path forward? Ms. Carroll, please.
I was going to request that we have panel 3 appear for the afternoon, or would you like them to be available earlier? I'm trying to figure out timing so that they're not sitting too long.
How about let's go with, well, you know whether do you anticipate you'll have redirect? That's part of this balancing here.
I don't think we anticipate much redirect, if any.
If we can do this, if you would please have panel 3 available at maybe 10 o'clock. I think we'll get through the questions pretty efficiently. So it would be great, and then we will move forward and save ourselves that.
Sounds good. And then just a reminder, Dr. Greenwood is not available on the 15th.
Understood. So I think it seems to me that we may as well plan for it. I think a lot of the questions, who else is on the panel? I don't have it in front of me.
Miss Rachel Gardner.
We'll just look to the room very briefly. Is there anyone who is planning to cross-examine who only has questions for Ms. Gardner? This seems unlikely to me, but if that is the case, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. But otherwise, I think we should take May 15th off calendar because it seems like it's pretty clear, unless you would have a proposal for some other option, Ms. Carroll.
No other proposal.
Okay. I will look to the room. Does anyone have an objection to taking May 15th off calendar? And then you can plan your lives accordingly. All right, then we will do that. May 15th is going to be off calendar, or is off calendar. We will remove it from our webpage schedule. We will reconvene on May 14th and then reconvene again on the 19th and pick up from there. Are there any other issues we should address now before we adjourn for the day? Oh, and the 19th is, just to clarify, the 19th is policy statement day. So that will not be an evidentiary day, and all of you are welcome to attend, but it will be a little different. All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, and I will see you on May 14th.
Thank you.